Good morning and welcome to the second meeting of the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education. Ms. Drozdov, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chair Bilberry Axelrod.
Here.
Senator Buck.
Here.
Senator Gondero Luke.
Here.
Assemblywoman Hanson.
Here.
Assemblywoman Hardy.
Here.
Assemblywoman Miller.
Here.
Assemblywoman Thomas.
Here.
Chair Dennis.
Here, thank you. This is meeting number 2. We have some good presentations today, and it's good to have everyone here. Hopefully, and maybe we'll have a discussion about this later on. I think we might be able to do an in-person meeting at our next one, so be thinking about that. Before we begin, though, let's do some housekeeping. Just want to cover some of these reminders for members and those who are here to provide testimony. Members, if possible, please keep your video turned on during the meeting to ensure we have quorum. When speaking, identify yourself for the record each time you speak, especially for our presenters. If we're asking questions and it happens to be 2 different people, it's really important that you just state your name for the record, so that way we know exactly who made which. And if you don't, I'll remind you. Mute your microphone when not speaking to minimize background noise. Set electronic devices to silent. Meeting materials received prior to the meeting have been uploaded to the committee's webpage. You can receive electronic notification of the committee's agendas, minutes, and final report by signing up on the Nevada Legislature's website. And finally, please note that during the committee meetings, the Zoom chat feature is only to be used for technical assistance from our broadcast and production services. And just so you're familiar, we'll take a 30-minute lunch break at some point. Not sure the time, depending on the presentations when they get done. So somewhere between 12:1, somewhere in that time period. All right. So with that, we are going to go ahead and go to our second item on the agenda, which is public comment. Today's virtual meeting format is important to keep everyone safe. I want the public to know that public comment may be provided in 4 different ways, all of which are listed on the agenda. Calling 669-900-6833, then entering the meeting ID, which is 889-1697-5788, and pressing pound. Emailing comments, written comments, and faxing. And that the information for all of those is available on the meeting agenda. So if you want one of those, you're welcome to. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker. An additional opportunity to make public comment will also be available at the end of the meeting. LCB's broadcast production service staff will interact with those making public comment and provide testimony to facilitate participation in the meeting. So with that, BPS, would you please add the first caller into public comment?
Thank you so much, Chair Dennis. To provide public comment, please press *9 now on your telephone to take your place in the queue.
Good morning, Chris Bailey, Nevada State. Thank you. Good morning, Chris Bailey, Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for 120 years. It's time for 20 to address the crisis in Nevada public schools. With an unprecedented shortage of educators to teach our kids and make our schools run, time for 20 means a 20% increase in educator pay and at least $20 an hour for the workers who make our schools run. With some of the largest class sizes in the country, time for 20 means reaching an average class size of 20 students in core academic subjects. Let's consider the severity of the situation for Nevada educators today. The Economic Policy Institute reports public school teachers are paid 19.2% less than similar workers in other occupations. According to the NEA ranking of the states, the national average public school teacher makes $7,500 more than the average Nevada school teacher. Nevada ranks near the bottom of states in per pupil funding while having some of the largest class sizes. According to the NEA's rankings of the states, Nevada teachers' pay has decreased by 6% over the last decade. While the educator shortage is nationwide, it's especially bad in Nevada. This week, the Clark County School District posted 1,808 vacant positions, while Washoe County posted nearly 500 vacant positions. Meanwhile, a substitute teacher shortage has left countless classrooms without any teacher at all, forcing remaining staff, and today, even our lieutenant governor, to cover additional classes. Thousands of education support professionals across the state earn significantly below a living wage with starting salaries as low as $10 an hour. A chronic bus driver shortage has hit both Clark counties and Washoe counties and is causing serious delays, stranding students for hours. The latest inflation data from January shows prices climbing at the fastest pace in 40 years, with the CPI now at 7.5%, while home and rent prices have skyrocketed across Nevada, with average rents up over 20% this year alone. While an educator shortage has impacted the whole country, Nevada has been hit especially hard. There are serious efforts across the country right now to raise educator pay. In New Mexico, SB 1 was just unanimously passed by the New Mexico State Legislature and is awaiting the governor's signature. It will increase educator pay by an average of 20% in New Mexico. It's now time for 20 in Nevada to address our education crisis by investing in our educators. Let's stop kidding ourselves talking about expectations for Massachusetts-style education results while spending less money than Mississippi per pupil. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Let's go to the next caller.
Good morning, Chair Dennis and committee members. For the record, my name is Hava Ahmed, H-A-W-A-H-A-H-M-A-D, and I represent the Clark County Education Association. CCEA represents the over 18,000 licensed educators in bargaining with the Clark County School District, and we are the largest independent teachers association in the state and the country. Today, this committee will hear presentations from our NC institutions on what programs they have and are in the works of creating to expand Nevada's future workforce. We must ask you to consider whether these programs will support new and expanding industries that will lead Nevada toward a resilient and diversified economy. Central to strengthening Nevada's workforce ecosystem is the expansion of our innovation and incubation system, and Nevada's higher education system will be key to this work. As CCEA continues with our Nevada Workforce Development Pipeline Asset Map study, we must emphasize that alignment between the K-20 education delivery system and the job market is pivotal in making sure we can achieve our goals of an equitable workforce and an economically diverse Nevada. The gaps identified within the UNLV report, improving K-12 education for Hispanic students in Las Vegas and beyond, will be familiar to those committee members who served on education committees during the legislative session. Nevada changed history with the implementation of the People-Centered Funding Plan, but we must do more. Without a concerted effort to bridge the gaps that exist in our K-12 public education system, Nevada will continue to have inequities that begin in K-12 and extend into our workforce. CCEA appreciates the work and dedication of this committee, and we stand ready to assist in whatever way we can to ensure that Nevada's future workforce, our students, are prepared to bring our state forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller.
Caller with the last three digits, 362. Please proceed. You are live to the broadcast.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Dennis and members of the Interim Education Committee. My name is Kim Rombardo, and I am the NWEA State Partnership Director in Nevada. It's a pleasure to be here with you, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment and introduced NWEA as a committed partner to the state, districts, and educators of Nevada. NWEA is a research-based, not-for-profit organization that supports students and educators worldwide by creating reliable solutions that provide insights to help educators tailor instruction. For over 40 years, NWEA has developed professional learning offerings and pre-K-12 assessment tools to help advance all students along their optimal learning paths. Our tools are trusted by educators in more than 9,500 schools, districts, and education agencies in 145 countries. In Nevada, NWEA partners with every district and public charter school through the Read by Grade 3 program. Beyond that, NWEA has partnered with Nevada districts at the kindergarten through high school levels. Some of those partnerships are in excess of more than 20 years. We value our relationships with our district partners, and we are honored to be part of such important work. Most recently, NWEA has been sought out as a trusted advisor as we provide research and policy support for equity and innovation around accountability, state assessment, and COVID recovery efforts. We will be closely following the work of the committee. We are here and happy to be part of the conversation should the opportunity arise. Thank you for your time and for all you do for our Nevada educators and students.
Thank you. Let's go to the next caller.
Caller with the last three digits, 325, please press *6 to unmute. Please proceed.
Thank you. Hello, Senator Dennis and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jessica Sharon, and I am the president of the Nevada Association of School Psychologists. I'd like to speak to you today about issues directly related to agenda items 5, 6, and 7, student mental health and higher education workforce development. Nevada is currently short approximately 740 school psychologists. What does this mean for students? According to recent data, approximately 14% or 1 in 7 youth in Nevada have experienced any mental illness. Of these students accessing these supports, 70 to 80% access supports solely in schools. This means that 78% of Nevada students do not have access to direct and consultative services that school psychologists provide. For example, school psychologists help analyze resilience and risk factors of students, deliver mental and behavioral health services, and provide preventative and intervention and post-intervention crisis services through integrated systems of support. And these mental health supports are just a fraction of our skill set and supports we provide to schools as school psychologists. Currently, Nevada only has one school psychologist training program in the entire state. And of its graduates, only about 4 practitioners enter the school districts annually. Our current model is not sustainable and will not help us end these shortages. And we will continue to fail our students if we continue on this trajectory. Additional training programs are needed, and we ask the committee to fund additional graduate training programs in school psychology as a solution to our student mental health and workforce issues. We suggest short-term funding also be recommended by the subcommittee to advise on the expenditure of federal COVID-19 relief funding to jumpstart these workforce efforts. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller.
Morning. Could you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Senator or Chair and the rest of the interim committee. My name is Dora Martinez, DORA MARTINEZ. I represent the Disability Peer Action Coalition. First, I want to thank Assemblywoman Brittany Miller. Thank you for the financial aid bill that was passed last year. We were able to do financial aid with my son, who's in National Guard, and his friend who is at a foster care. We were able to assist with that. I want to agree. I would like to agree with the previous callers. Psychology is needed in our class, in our school. I have a friend who was in a waiting list for a therapy. Her daughter was on a waiting list for 3 months to get some mental help, and that's not okay. We got to help our kids, and so they could be better leaders in the future. They are our children and our future. I also would like to, I'm agreeing with the first caller regarding the shortage of teachers, substitutes, and bus drivers. As a blind mom who have kids who goes to high schools, I don't drive legally, have a car. So when the bus next week, we are told that there'll be no school bus provided for our children. So what that means is that since RTC here in the north are not reliable, the public transit, we would have to, I take them on a taxi or Lyft because she's 14. I don't want them to ride on the Lyft or Uber by themselves. It really put a strain on our work schedule. So we would ask that please at least pay these teachers and bus drivers a living wage, because our rent has gone up 36 to some places 100% this year, and the cost of living is going up while our wages is still remains the same. So when there's a snow days, what happens here in the north, there will be a alternative bus stops. And what that means, as a blind mom again with a service dog, when the snow is too high, I do not take my service dog. He has boots, but I don't take him. I take my white cane. And when I navigate the streets, and some of the streets don't have sidewalk, I end up on the road. And so it's quite scary. So we would ask that you guys give bus drivers a living wage with the teachers. Sorry. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller.
Thank you so much, Chair Dennis. There are no additional participants wishing to provide public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Let's go to the next item then. Like I said earlier, we will have opportunity for public comment at the end also. Turn my timer off. Okay. We will next go to our next item on the agenda, item number 3, approval of the minutes for the meeting on January 20th, 22. Any questions or any corrections for the minutes? Okay, let me put the gallery view on. Then do we have a motion for the approval of the minutes?
I would make the motion to approve the minutes from last meeting.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bill Bray-Axrod.
I'll second that.
Second by Senator Don Darrell Loop. Discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Any opposed, raise your hand. Do not see any. It looks like the vote is unanimous. The minutes are approved. We'll now go to item number 4, appointment of members to the Nevada State Teacher Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force. At this point, we're going to appoint members who will serve on the Nevada State Teacher Recruitment and Retention Task Force. In 2019, AB 276, which was sponsored by our fellow committee member, Assemblywoman Miller, created this task force to evaluate and address the challenges of attracting and retaining teachers throughout Nevada. Later this interim, this task force will report back to this committee on its recommendations. And today, we are required to make appointments by the way that the law is configured, that we need to do that today. So we have the following, you have in the agenda the name of all of those that that applied for appointment. And I want to talk a little bit about the process just that we went through. So Vice Chair and I evaluated all the applications. We had, in some cases, we only had one from especially some of the rural areas. And then as we looked at those that were there, we also considered that there are some that were asking to be reappointed. And we determined that it would be good to have some folks that had previously served so that there would be some experience there. So between that and the ones that we only had one for, that left a few areas that we needed to look at. We did a research on what the makeup of the committee was to see if it actually reflected our community and the student community, and we determined that that in a few of the areas that were lacking as we made appointments were in the area of male teachers, Hispanic, African American, veteran, and there was one other, middle school, that there wasn't as many middle school teachers apply. So we looked and we used that as our priority to try to figure out. And so that's so the appointments that we've made give us a better breadth of matching our community. Although there's still not, there wasn't a ton of male teachers, and we know that we need to do a better job at recruiting male teachers, but I think that we have some good appointments here. And so with that, I've got, well, first of all, before I ask for a motion from the vice chair, she has the folks that we are recommending to be appointed. Is there any questions on the process? Or yes, Assemblywoman Miller.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. I think with my question, and I appreciate the, again, the attention given to those who have already been on the task force to continue, their experience. Hopefully, they're part of this recommendation. And I also appreciate, as you mentioned, the challenge in making sure that we have full representation throughout our state. So my question is, when we talk about, and again, I never want to say anything, but it's that sounds against our rule or smaller communities, but we also know there's just different realities between Washoe and Clark and maybe some of our smaller communities. So as you mentioned, when it comes to the diversity, at least for Washoe and Clark, where we know that there would be more options, can you explain, and maybe once, I don't know if it's appropriate now or once we get to those recommendations, what the racial makeup is of the ones that are going to be recommended for the appointments? Because especially Clark County schools being just so beautifully and amazingly diverse, we want to make sure we have those reflections there. And also, could you clarify, when you say veteran, are you referring to, because the legal requirement is that everyone has taught consistently for at least 5 years here in Nevada's public schools, but were you talking about veteran teacher, or were you talking about military veteran teacher? Because we also have a lot of veterans from the armed forces that are teachers as well. So,
right, thank you, and thank you for that. Yeah, that the clarification on the veteran is an actual veteran of the armed forces. We have the mixture of all the different appointments. There's some that have served for many years and some as little as 5. If they were less than 5, we didn't consider those. As far as the makeup, I know for Clark County, actually, let me see. Where's Clark? Clark, we have a reappointment, which would be Magdalene Wells. And the other two that we're recommending is Antonio Gabarre, who's Hispanic, and Aaron Watson, who's African American. So 2 males, and then for Washoe, we have Maria Christy Fernandez, who's a reappointment, and Natalia Callahan, and Sherry Reed. I don't think I have that note in front of me. I think those, one is a middle school. We were limited on in the Washoe one as far as any male representation that we had to consider. But they, I think one was a middle school teacher in the Washoe one, and the other one, can't remember. And maybe my vice chair can remind me if you remember.
I don't have that chart pulled up. I apologize. Maybe Alex might have that. She's the one who put it together, because it was quite lengthy, and we went through a pretty big process to make sure that we had as much diversity as possible. Alex, do you have the other information about the other person from Washoe?
Yeah, we actually had a chart that we had to put together that's like a big spreadsheet with all the different columns and everything, so we could see what the makeup was. So.
And Chair, also when you mentioned that the chart that was from NDE that's on Nellis was very difficult to read. So that's also why I'm asking some of these questions, because no matter how much I blew it up, I couldn't read it. So.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, there was just so many. Yeah, that was a big challenge, is trying to be able to see all those. But so I don't know. Alex, did you have anything that you could share in that respect?
Yes, Alex Rostoff for the record. So for our the two Washoe applicants who were selected, the first is Maria Christy Fernandez. She is an elementary school teacher, and she identified as Hispanic or Latina. And then the other applicant, Natalia Callahan, she did not specify her grade level, but her history indicates that she has taught a variety of grade levels from elementary to high school. And she's been teaching for 18 years. And she identified as an Asian female.
Oh, and I should mention that was the other one that I didn't. Hispanic, African American, and Asian were the three that we were looking at. So that was one of the reasons that what I will say about all of these appointments. The list is amazing of all of the different folks that applied. I wish we had more appointments, because there are just some amazing people that applied that could really help the committee. But obviously we were limited in what we could do. But and hopefully some of those that applied will still be involved as the committee meets, and maybe they can give their input.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Yep. Any other questions? Yes, Vice Chair Bilbrey.
Yeah, just wanted to make one comment really quickly, that Chair Dennis did mention that we went out of our way to reappoint people, just because we already had the ball rolling and we wanted. But I wanted to point out to the folks who maybe didn't make it this time, you can only be reappointed one time, so you can serve 2 terms. So don't think, well, that's just going to be it for that. This is a new committee, or it's the second time we're doing this committee. So after that time, please come back and apply, because I think we're going to really need this tool in our toolbox to recruit and really think outside of the toolbox to get those teachers. So thank you all who applied.
All right. Any other questions? I am not seeing any hands, and if I don't see your hand and I don't call on you, just feel free to unmute and let me know. Okay, with that, then I will ask Vice Chair if you would make a motion.
Sure, I will make the motion to approve the appointment of members to the Nevada State Teacher Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force.
I'll second that.
Okay, so do they have a copy of our recommendations? You might need to read all the names.
Okay, I can do that. The following names are submitted for appointment. Oh, I apologize already. Nicole Witkowski from Carson, Lance Latin from Churchill, Magdalena Wells from Clark, Antonio Gabrera from Clark, Aaron Watson from Clark, Kristen Peck from Douglas, Tammy Smithberg from Elko, Linda Kyle from Esmeralda, Meriden Fortune from Eureka, Tamara McCord from Humboldt, Sandra Ayers from Lander, Sherry Spencer from Lincoln, Linda Flaherty from Lyon, Travis Reines from Mineral, Justin Patrillo from Nye, Thomas Brooks from Pershing, Vien Kong Peabody from Story, Maria Christie Fernandez from Washoe, Natalia Callahan from Washoe, and Sherry Reed from White Pine.
And we have a second from, was that Senator Donald?
Apologies, I couldn't get that unmuted.
I thought I heard you say the second before, but I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
I did. I did.
Any discussion on the motion? I'm not seeing any hands. Okay. Oh, yes. Assemblywoman Miller.
Chair Dennis, if I could just ask one more clarifying question. It sees, if we could have a number of the racial breakout for the entire recommendation list of how many we would have, how many are recommended for Black, Asian, and Latino representation?
Sure. And I'm going to ask staff if they would do that. If they can. I think they're probably adding some things on here.
John, stop for the record. Would we be able to get back to you on that? We could get back to you shortly on that information.
Sure, perfect. Yeah. I just know that this is of community interest, and so it's something that the public is interested in, and that will get on the record.
Perfect. So we'll go ahead and do the vote, and then we'll come back and just put that on the record, if that's okay. All right. Any further discussion? Thank you. So all in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Raise your hand. Assemblywoman Hardy, are you voting for or against? Oh, okay, so yeah, I figured your hand was still up from the first one, but I just want to make sure. Okay, the motion passes. The vote was unanimous. Okay, now we're going to go to agenda item number 5, presentation concerning the academic and mental health challenges facing students in the Black community. If we could take just a 1-minute break just to make sure that we're all set up. So just a real quick 1-minute break.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. You may resume the meeting.
Thank you. So as I mentioned, we're on agenda item number 5, presentation concerning the academic and mental health challenges facing students in the Black community. Presenters for today, we have Yvette Williams, who's the chair of the Clark County Black Caucus, and Andrew Post, the Chief Innovation Officer and Head of Behavioral Health of Hazel Health Services. So welcome. We are excited to hear your report.
Great, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, including our virtual community watching in. Thank you so much, Chair Dennis and Vice Chair Bill Bray Axelrod for allowing us the opportunity to come before you again, and to all the distinguished committee members for your work and your commitment to education justice in Nevada. I did submit to you, and you should have before you, the presentation that we made in August of 2020, your last interim education committee. And the reason we did this is because we only have so much time. You have so much to hear today that we didn't want to take the time to hash over information and presentations that you have had in the past. So at your leisure, please feel free to go through this presentation for more detail, but I'm going to walk us through very quickly. I want to make sure you get some data, updated data. We will be submitting that to you as a one-page cheat sheet so that you could just kind of use it along with your presentation. So you will have that today, as well as our recommendations. We would like to hold off on giving you our recommendations as we normally do until we can better define and hear some other, we're waiting for some other presentations to be made for you before we formalize those final recommendations. But let's start with education justice. There was great progress on racial justice in our last legislative session. I just want to thank all of you for your support on that. And as we move down the presentation to equity and accessing literacy, we do still have some concerns around the loss of our SB 178 dollars and how that is impacting our African-American students in particular, who actually proficiency gaps are the highest gap by race. And so that is still something that we're concerned about and are looking to this committee to make that an area of focus in this next legislative session on how we're going to address that and to be in compliance with ESSA as federally mandated. And then we go into the opportunity and access gap as it relates to high school diplomas. And I wanted to give you some current stats on that. By race for 2021 in high school diplomas by race, our African-American students, our Black students achieved a 71% graduation rate. Our American Indian students, 77%, white, 85%, Asian, 94%, Pacific Islander, Alaskan, 84%, and by ethnicity, Hispanic, 79%. There is a 23-point literacy gap by race for Black students and our Asian students. And so that's a 23-point that we need to address going forward. And then as far as a number of advanced diplomas by race and by Hispanic ethnicity for 21, it was 246 advanced diplomas for our Black students. Our American Indian students had none last year. White was 888, Asian 296 students, Pacific Islander, Alaskan 59, and by ethnicity Hispanic 800. I think I have the number wrong, 888. But on my sheet that I send you, you'll have the correct number. I must have transposed something there. The number of CCR, career and college readiness diplomas, which is a big concern for ours, and the access gap that we have for our Black students for 2021, although we did see some improvement. Black students, we saw 384, American Indian 18, white 2,087, Asian 913, Pacific Islander 87, and by ethnicity Hispanic 2,086. I would like to note that in 2019, in CCSD, it was 228 diplomas, and in the state, 279 for Black students. So we did see an improvement there, although there was no improvement in 2020 because of COVID, we believe. So Black students are still struggling with accessing the CCR diploma. which brings me to the, an average, I might as well go into, no, I think I'll wait on that. So the opportunity gap, we discussed, the career and technical programs continue to be a concern for us as well, with accessing those programs in those schools where we have predominant or larger populations of Black students. But an average percentage of student groups participating in a CTE program over the last 3 years, we just did kind of an average, out of all students participating in a CTE program in 2021, Hispanic students represented 48%, white students 24%, Black students 12%, Asian students 8%, Pacific Islanders 2%, and American Indian 0.03%. So we're not even at 1% there. An example in 2021 by subgroup, so that you have some context as far as number of students being served, it's 26,404 Hispanic students, 12,792 white students, 6,811 Black students, 4,164 Asian students, 919 Pacific Islander students, and 186 American Indian Alaskan students. Now we move to zone variances, and I'm moving kind of fast, and I know that I am, so I apologize for that, but I want to make sure we get to mental health because that's a big concern for us right now, and I know it is for you too. When we talk about zone variances, we're very happy that CCSD actually centralized their choice schools. I have been working very closely with CCSD on the lack of access for our choice schools here in Clark County School District. And so they have agreed to move that centralize that to provide more equity and more support for diversity and inclusion. And so we don't have any numbers on that yet because that is brand new for this upcoming school year, but we are very excited and feel very confident that we'll start to see our Black students being able to access. The numbers I don't have those nor the time to share those with you, but if you want that more information about that, I'm happy to provide that for you. As far as proficiency gaps, again, with losing the SB 178 funding, which gave us an additional $1,200 for students who are least proficient. In the new funding formula, we're very concerned because we're not seeing these no harm promise applying to this group of students. And so we're really, again, stressing that the committee take a look at that and what they're going to do about that. Again, we're going to come back to you about our recommendations, but I would like to, as I segue into mental health, I would like to say that on behalf of the Black Caucus, our members and our community, we really want to emphasize the importance of mental health support. I think these numbers will be telling, and listening to one of the public comments around some of the stats that were provided, you're going to see a disparity by the numbers we're going to offer you today. We had in October our annual African American Student Summit, and some of you were there, so thank you for coming. We appreciate you. But I'm going to go over some of the polling. We actually did a polling of our students there at the summit because we wanted to assess what they're feeling, how they're doing, how can we better support them. And some of the responses and the data points are very disturbing. But I want to share because we want to have an honest conversation with you. We're not going to, try to pretty this up or put a bow on it. So these were the questions. I'm just going to go through the numbers really quick for you. These aren't all the polling stats, but I think these are the ones that are more relevant for you to hear. And then I'm going to turn that over to Andrew Post to give his piece of presentation to share what CCSD is doing to address that. So the first one is, the question was, I have a positive self-image of how I view myself. And just to give you context, this was done on a big screen on a stage. Students had their phones, and so they electronically answered their question. So it was done very confidentially and in private. So we were trying to get them to feel comfortable in the environment to be able to share their truth. So the first one is, I have a positive self-image of how I view myself. 29% were neutral, 17% agreed that they feel positive about themselves, 21% felt strongly. So we started off pretty good. Where do you primarily get information about how to take care of your mental health? And we were very disturbed because less than 3% of the students felt that they could get that information from school. In fact, we saw that 31% felt that they are getting their information for mental health from social media, which was a red light for us in that's where predators live. And then we had 19% that said that they go to other students. And so about 50% or over 50% of our students actually seek help from social media and other students. That's pretty concerning. And that less than 3% feel they can get that support from school. I have safe spaces to share my feelings and emotions. Over 50% disagreed or were neutral in that answer. And then I think about my future and what my life will look like often. And I want to emphasize that word often. And we had 31% agreed, 12% were neutral, and we have 56% strongly agree. These kids, this is 87% agree and strongly agree that they think about their future often and what their life's going to be often. And 12% were neutral. That brings it to 99%. I feel that my race plays a role in how I see myself in the future. Almost 90% either agreed, or strongly agreed, or were neutral. And that was 78% agree and strongly agree that race would have a role in that. I feel that young people who look like me are represented positively in the news and social media. 55% disagreed or strongly disagreed with that. And if we added the neutral in, it comes up to 87%. I know how to access mental health services in my school and community. And we saw 29% neutral, 24% disagree, 11% strongly disagree, and 27% agreed. So one of the things that I'm not going to get into discussion about this, because one of the things that we could talk about after we have our next presenter present is we are in the process of working with Hazel Health on a peer-to-peer ambassador program where students on campus will actually be available to help students know where to go on campus, how to access that care. And so we're very excited about that. And then COVID. I know you all want to hear this one. And so with COVID pandemic, this was very, very shocking for us. The COVID pandemic has negatively impacted my mental health. We had 66% agree and strongly agree. 17% was neutral. So that is 84% feel that COVID has had a negative impact on their mental health. And then I feel that I am treated more negatively by society than other young people of different races. This is very disturbing too. We had 66% strongly agree and strongly agree, 26% neutral. That's 92% of our Black students. And then I'll leave you with this last stat before I turn this over. And that was, I know someone who has experienced mental health issues. 95% of our Black students either strongly agreed or agreed with that statement, 95%. So that goes to say that the stat that we heard a little earlier in public comment from one of our counselors, that number is much higher when it comes to our African American students. And so with that, I'd like to now turn this presentation over to Mr. Andrew Post, who is no stranger to some of you, because Andrew Post has been attending with me many legislative sessions around funding for students to get this kind of help. We've been trying to get this for every student in Nevada for 6 years now. And so I'm just so happy to report that CCSD has stepped up using some of their ARP money to provide access to mental health for all students, and we are honored and privileged to have been able to work with them and Hazel Health to get this in place here in Clark County School District. And it's our hope that the rest of the state will follow, so that we can truly say that in Nevada, every student has access to mental health. And this also will be physical health as well through telehealth protocol. And I'll let Andrew talk about what happens when additional supports are needed once telehealth has concluded their services. And with that, Andrew, would you please join us and put your presentation on, and then we'll take questions at the end. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Yvette, so much. And thank you, Chair Dennis and committee members. It is a pleasure to be back and to talk to you today. And Ms. Williams did a great job of unfortunately laying out what the real concerns are, and the public comments further exacerbated or showed where the problems are, right? Unfortunately, what we are seeing nationwide, what we are seeing in Nevada is 3 to 7 month wait lists in more populated areas, as much as a year wait list for mental health services in the community-based settings. And unfortunately, particularly for schools, this is just not sustainable. And so while we talk a lot about what the concerns are, what I will present to you in a very abridged version is what some of the solutions can be. I want to be very clear, there is no silver bullet to this. Just because Hazel Health has figured out a great way to intervene and partner with school districts and families, it is not the only solution. It is not even the only viable solution, obviously. And it relies on a lot of partnerships and a lot of community-based collaboration. But it is important to understand that there are solutions that are readily available that can build some of that staffing capacity to be able to bring these wait times down substantially. So before I go through just a couple of highlights, the data that I'm going to give you is an aggregate of the school districts that we work in nationally, as to not call out just Clark County's data right now. And I'd be remiss if I did not mention how great a partner CCSD has been. They have been truly amazing in methodically and really thoughtfully rolling out these services to students. And so what we are seeing right now, which is very sad, but also very reassuring that we can support, is 1/2 of 1% to 1% of students referred to our mental health services within the first month of implementation. And so if you extrapolate that among the numbers in districts, particularly large urban districts, the pent-up demand for mental health is more apparent than ever. For Hazel Health specifically, which, as Ms. Williams alluded to, is a telehealth platform, we are making contact with families within 24 hours, even though we tell school district partners it will be 24 to 48 hours. That assessment is being scheduled on average less than 10 days, usually roughly now between 7 and 8 days from referral. And we have an 85% opt-in rate. So even in a environment where mental health is still stigmatized in many communities, we are seeing widespread consents and supports for students achieving these services. And so understanding we have a short amount of time, I'll only put 3 slides up. Hazel Health refers to our mental health services as our HEART protocol. That includes care coordination, as Ms. Williams alluded to, of really making sure that we are intertwined with the community-based providers. We are not a substitute for in-person ongoing wellness care, but we are able to supplement and be able to coordinate what that care looks like and help families to navigate a very complicated healthcare system to make sure that they have the care that they need for their children. This was built with sustainability in mind. So whether the school district funds it with one-time federal stimulus money, whether the state legislature decides to fund this statewide, the idea is that at some point, the ability to bill direct services to Medicaid, CHIP, commercial insurance is a sustainability model that can allow this to persist and not solely rely on public dollars in perpetuity. This service has to be able to serve regardless of insurance status, immigration, and language. And so one of the slides I will put up is how diverse our clinicians are, and why that matters, particularly in the school districts that we partner with. Preventative and acute mental health care, so when the child is in crisis, but hopefully more often when they are not, and when there are early warning indicators of their need and the ability to be there early. From there, I will show you just the high level components of how Hazel Health approaches mental health, which is to address a behavioral health assessment or mental health screener. This is not universal screening. This is a licensed clinician in front of students through the teletherapy modality, student assistance program or short-term therapy sessions. And again, when the child is going to need or the student is going to need ongoing care, to make sure that we are working with community-based partners to coordinate what that care looks like and stay with that family in a case management, family resource management capacity for another 6 months to ensure that no other social determinants of health or barriers are stopping that child from getting their services. And then support in crisis consultation. While we hope that it does not escalate to this, there is an obvious need in schools, as you've alluded to, in the staffing shortages of making sure that licensed clinicians can respond for risk assessments or de-escalation as needed. The last slide that I'll cover in the interest of time, as I alluded to, is just why it is so important to us at Hazel and to our school district partners that our clinicians represent the student population. And so 70% of our clinicians identify as people of color. They have 6+ years experience, and a vast majority of them, right now, 40% speak another language other than English fluently. And that is incredibly important to make sure that that 85% plus opt-in rate continues to stay there or go higher, because it is a reality that the more that we are able to reach the student, reach the family in a way that is most relatable, most comfortable for them, the better we will be at breaking down this very, very difficult time in their lives to make sure that they feel supported. And so we are experiencing a wonderful phased rollout with Clark County. We do have great presence in Lyon County with our physical health, which I will save for another time, but excited about what that means from a telehealth urgent care perspective and looking to do behavioral health with them as well. And hopefully at some point throughout the state of Nevada. So thank you all so much for your time today. And Ms. Williams?
Yes, I just wanted to wrap it up before we take questions, is that the Hazel Health has been able to build capacity, and they do have the ability to continue to build capacity. And I want to say that this is very affordable. Clark County School District is paying $2.5 million to provide services to every student. That is, I wish I could get on that kind of a healthcare plan. That it's about $15 per student per year. $15 per student per year. If our state legislator cannot budget this after these ARP dollars, that's sad. And I can't imagine that that would be the case. So we wanted to make sure that we talked about what's going on with mental health, make sure that you understand what the costs may be, because coming up with this next legislative session in 23, you'll be addressing a budget that when you reconvene, the ARP money will be gone. And so we wanted to make sure as a caucus, this is our part of our, we see as a role, an important role in the community to kind of send up yellow lights and red lights that this is something we need to be planning for the future, so that we can continue to provide our students with the very best care so that they can achieve academically and become career and college ready and the future of Nevada. So for the entire state of Nevada, the cost as of today, I'm just going by today, for the entire state, it would run approximately $6 million to provide every student in the state of Nevada with access to mental health. And I can't tell you how big that is for families who are in a donut hole, who make too much for Medicaid and not enough to buy insurance. And all of this is no out-of-pocket expense to families. And I'll close with that. No out-of-pocket expense to families. So thank you so much, Mr. Post, for joining us today from Florida. We appreciate you and all your work and the fantastic rollout. I can't wait for the numbers to come out so that we could share that with our legislature, because they will be meeting for several months and I'm going to be excited to share that with them. So thank you again, and thank you committee members for your attention, and we could take any questions that you have.
Do we have anyone that has questions? Yeah, I see Vice Chair Bilbao and then Assemblywoman Hanson. I saw your hand.
Hi, and if I missed this, I apologize, but how are students accessing this? How are they aware of this? How are parents aware of this, that it exists?
That's a great question. Again, Andrew Post from Hazel Health, and thank you, Vice Chair. The answer is the vast majority of referrals for mental health services are coming from the school. So CCSD schools are identifying referrers in mostly their school counselors, social workers, and they are referring students who then receive a follow-up from our family resource managers. However, we are seeing parents refer their own children, as well as student self-referral is available for those of age of consent. And so we actually support the district rollouts with marketing materials and just awareness materials that we are there, what we do when it is appropriate to engage Hazel Health for these services.
And I'd like to ask, with the student ambassador program that Hazel Health has agreed to do at our request, we will have a peer-to-peer on campuses as well, where they will be identified by a badge or something that says, ask me if you need access to mental health. And then that way the student can help them get to where they need to go to in the office, or whatever information they may need. They're not going to be, of course, providing any service, but just to be there to help them access, since students tend to want that support from another student as opposed to an adult. And I also wanted to say that this program at CCSD has been rolled out only 3 weeks, and we are seeing phenomenal numbers already. I mean, this is going to be one of the greatest things we've done this year.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Hanson.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Ms. Williams and Mr. Post, for being here. Certainly, we are all distressed at the mental health crisis that we see, I think, across the country, and especially affecting our youth. I'm just curious how we, in Nevada, we have Safe Voice through the Nevada Department of Education, which, at least my understanding, having served in the legislature since 2019, Safe Voice has provided some pretty great supports and has been a way for students to be protected either for themselves or to protect their schools or other students. And I noticed on their portal online that they have a lot of community partners in mental health that work through Safe Voice. So I'm just wondering if do we have some of this? Is Safe Voice providing, and I know you can't answer that, maybe if we have any people from the Department of Education that are in the meeting or listening, do we have some of these resources that are being used and they're not sufficient? Certainly this telehealth is very intriguing, and if it serves a need, that would be wonderful. I just am curious if we are not utilizing some things we already have in place.
I can answer that as best I can as an advocate. In my limited knowledge, I am very familiar. Actually worked with NDE in securing a federal grant to help build that program out a little more robustly. But because of the lack of professionals that we have in the state, students are having to wait, as Mr. Post mentioned, months to access the services that they need. And so this helps to fill that gap. And additionally, they work well hand in hand, and they should, because calls that come in through there, as you know, is information that goes out into the community to help support students. And so the hope is, because now we have Hazel Health also to provide telehealth, that will become another resource. Again, providing our students with the very best service that we can provide them to make sure that they get the help that they need when they need it. You know, as well as I do, if any of you have raised kids, they may have a crisis today. Now they've dealt with it in however way, or decided they're not going to deal with it, and then carry that baggage on with them. And then it resurfaces in a month later or 2 months later, or at school, or in all these crises and fights and all these other things that we're seeing right now. It's becoming very violent. And so we need to do everything that we can. And Hazel Health helps to fill that gap, much needed gap that we have in being able to provide the actual service. You know, it's one thing to say we've got this, we've got that to all feel good, but is it effective? Are we being effective? Are we changing kids' lives? Are we serving them well? And that's what we want to do. I hope I helped, and I'm sure our state superintendent Ebert is happy to to provide more information on that.
Thank you. Yeah, yes, that helped. And whether we can answer it now, I'm just curious if we have a telehealth component within Safe Voice through those community partners. It'd be interesting to see if they do provide that. So if I can't get the answer now, perhaps offline, I could get that answer. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'm sure that the department is listening in and can get that response. I don't know if we have them on right now, but maybe at some point we can get that, or they can just get it to you.
And Senator Dennis, if you don't mind, Yvette Williams, Clark County Black Caucus, I just wanted to also say that it's an issue of capacity too. So even though we have providers here, it becomes an issue of capacity. And, you know, we just don't have, I don't think any states really have the capacity to provide, you know, those kinds of services. If they're already busy with in-person being able to provide physical service, I don't know how they're going to have the time to be able to provide telehealth also from, you know, 24 hours a day or 7 in the morning to 7 p.m., whatever time that you're going to do this, because kids can access this, the students can access this service, whether they're at home and have a crisis, whether they're walking from school and have a crisis, or at school or at home. So it's available to them wherever they are.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Semnum Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Dennis, and thank you, Ms. Williams and Mr. Post, for this presentation and the information that you've shared with us today. I truly appreciated that your concern for our students here in Nevada as far as their mental health is concerned. A couple of things that I jotted down, because I was really concerned that are we putting the pressure on CCSD to provide our students the mental health needs that they so need? Are we putting that pressure, and are we eliminating the concern that perhaps parents need to know? It doesn't seem like to me, you know, just through this presentation, if I've gotten the linkage with how parents are being informed. You know, it's the student, it's the school, and there's a vital component there, meaning families, the parents, or guardians of that child, because we know that they are minors. And I would like to know how we are looping the parents, the families, the guardians into this process, because this is, you know, mental health might be expanded to the families. I don't know. I would love to see eventually the data and how we can effectively meet the needs of mental health, because mental health for children expands to the families also.
Absolutely. Mr. Post, can you address that? That is addressed,
Absolutely.
Assemblywoman.
Yes, it's a wonderful question. And so the family, absent age of consent laws, which you have in Nevada as well, but the family, the caregiver or parent does consent to services. And so when the referral is made, the family resource manager's first outreach, again, so long as this is not a minor consent case, will reach out to the family or the parent or caregiver to consent to services before services are provided. To the former question on placing this on school districts, my background prior to this was also in large school districts, as Ms. Williams alluded to, albeit in Florida. And school counselors have always been the conduit for referring students who do need more clinical services to ascertain those as appropriate. And so this is an extension of that work, but ultimately the parent caregiver, again, always, unless an extenuating circumstance that would be lawful and understood, always goes through the parent or caregiver for consent to services. And also, I should say, Assemblywoman Thomas, it is not just individual sessions. There are family sessions available, which is part of the at-home piece. And so we do have a number of students who, as part of their treatment plan, are receiving family services in the evening time through the same modality, but at their homes and with their families, or with the child at school and the parent who can take a break for 10 or 15 minutes and be able to use a secure link to join the video conference from wherever they are while the student is at school.
And that's that's very important to our community, where we have folks who especially working in hospitality and can't take off. So they're able to schedule the appointment so that they are able on their lunch break or if they don't have transportation. We had one of our public comments today was someone who can't drive a car and has problems with transportation. So they would be able to join in that way as well.
Thank you. And follow-up, Chair, please.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. My follow-up question is the data. If I, misunderstood, please correct me. You said that this program is in its infancy of 3 weeks. When do you expect to have full data? Will it be 6 months from now, a year from now, that we can actually see numbers and the results?
It's a great question. So in Clark County, this has been 3 weeks, right about 4 weeks now. Nationally, it has gone on longer. And so we can certainly provide aggregate data across all. We can either silo large urban school districts or all school districts on our mental health platform. The question specific to CCSD is that we will work with them to provide a mid-year, if you will, report. I know it's mid-school year already, but relative to the implementation timeline, and an end of school year report, and then on a semester cadence after that for both access and clinical outcome metrics. And so once shared with CCSD, would obviously love the opportunity to share that more broadly.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Wonderful questions.
Thank you. And are there any other questions from committee members? Going through my gallery, I'm not seeing any. All right, well, thank you very much, both of you, for that presentation and for answering the questions. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having us today. Have a good meeting.
Thank you. Okay, and it looks like Chair Dennis is back.
Thank you. And thank you for that presentation. That was wonderful. We do have that report, the answer to that was asked in the previous item number 4 about the breakdown of the appointments. So I want to have staff go over that real quick before we go on to our next item.
Thank you. Alex Strawstoff, for the record, in reference to the questions asked about the task force membership, we have a breakdown of some of the information provided in their applications. So the task force is made up of 20 members. Of the selected.
Alex, real quick, I'm sorry, Mr. Osthoff, you're a little soft. Can we get you a little louder?
Yeah, my apologies. Is this better?
Yeah, well, yeah, say something so I can hear.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, it just sounds like you're far away from the mic.
Okay, I can. All right, I will talk loudly, and if you can't hear me, please let me know.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So there were 20 members selected for the task force. Of these members, 2 of them identified as Caucasian, Hispanic, and Latino. 1 identified as Hispanic, Latino, but did not specify beyond that point. 13 identified as Caucasian. 2 identified as African American. 2 identified as Asian. In terms of a breakdown of gender identity, 6 applicants identified as men and 14 identified as women. And then we had 1 applicant select veteran or military dependent status. And then in terms of a grade level breakdown, 8 of the applicants fell into the elementary or pre-K category. 1 was a middle school teacher. 6 were high school teachers. 2 taught 7th through 12th grade. So those were in the rural districts. And then 3 of the applicants did not fit into any of these categories or did not specify their grade levels. If we can answer any other questions, please let us know.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, I'm not hearing any. All right, so we will now go to the next item on our agenda, which is item number 6, presentation on the current and planned programs and challenges facing Nevada system of higher education institutions. Earlier, if you recall, I had asked about whether we needed a little bit of time. I want to take I want to say a 3-minute break, just to give our staff to make sure that all the presentations are ready to go, so we can go run right after the other. And I will mention that I'm going to take President Sandoval first on there's a timing conflict there. So I'm going to take him first, and then we'll just follow as they are listed in the agenda. So we will be on a 3-minute break, and I will ask staff if they can just double check with everybody on their presentations. So we're on a break.
Thank you. This is Malik with Broadcast. You may resume the meeting.
Chair Dennis, I don't know if you're back.
I'm here.
All right, great.
Did we check everybody?
Yes, Chair Dennis, it looks like the PowerPoint is ready and you may resume the meeting at your leisure.
Okay, I told 3 minutes, so we got 40 seconds left. So in about 30 seconds, if we can get everything going. If we could go. Okay. So are we ready to be able to start up again?
Yes, Chair, we are live and you may resume the meeting.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are on item number 6, presentation on current and planned programs of and challenges facing Nevada system higher education institutions. We have various presenters from each one of our institutions. We are going to start first with our President Brian Sandoval from University of Nevada, Reno. President.
Chair Dennis, Vice Chair Bilberry Axelrod, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Brian Sandoval, President of the University. And first and foremost, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present to the committee today with regard to the University of Nevada, Reno. Again, I want to thank you all for your support of higher education. With your support, we've been able to achieve some national recognitions that I think that really speak well of the investment of you all in the legislature. We have achieved top tier status. We recently were given the designation again of being a Carnegie R1 very high research institution. And I'd also like to congratulate my colleague and friend, President Keith Whitfield from UNLV, as UNLV achieved the status as well. We are also an emerging Hispanic serving institution. We are approximately 24% of Latinx enrollment at our university, and our most recent freshman class is 48%. That is something that we're very proud of. We are designated as a military-friendly university, and so again, all of these would not have been able to be obtained without the support of the legislature, so thank you for that. The next slide reflects our early college academy, which we are starting to get involved in many of the high schools throughout Nevada. In Northern Nevada, the Academy of Arts, Careers, and Technology, the Davidson Academy, North Valleys High School, McQueen High School, Spanish Springs High School, Hug and Reno High Schools, where we have in the fall approximately an enrollment of 70 students. In Clark County, we have academies in Cheyenne and Centennial High School. The photo that you see up there is I had the opportunity to visit Cheyenne High School, and very excited about working with the students there. You'll see that in the fall there was an enrollment of 468 students. In the spring, I'm really pleased and proud to state that we are over 700 students that are enrolled in the dual enrollment programs at those two high schools. And this has been a very intentional effort for us to work with the Clark County School District to provide educational pathways to higher education for our students. As you know, Nevada has a lot of work to do with regard to college attainment, and we really want to do our part to provide those opportunities to students in high school. I think it's important to acknowledge the Chancellor's Office for also moving this needle on concurrent enrollment and helping open the doors for our high school students. And obviously, our sister institutions are doing a great job in that regard as well. We're going to continue working with the school districts. We're going to be expanding in Washoe County and also having conversations with some of the rural school districts again to provide those students, those high school students, with the opportunity to achieve college credits while they're in high school. Next, I'll move to our fall enrollment. You'll see there that we had a fall enrollment in 2021 of approximately 21,000 students. It was down a bit from where it was a couple years ago due to many factors. This spring, the enrollment has dropped to a little over 19,000. I think part of that, you're probably wondering why. Part of that has to do with graduation in December. So there's traditionally a drop in enrollment, but also because of COVID. And so we're working very hard to aggressively recruit students and go to where they are. I really want to thank and compliment our student services and our recruiters throughout the state of Nevada, because they are personally visiting all the high schools and making sure what the opportunities are for students throughout the state. Again, I had the opportunity to visit Centennial High School recently and just visit with the students and faculty and principal there, and they're very excited about the programming that is going on. We're also working very hard with regard to online enrollment. We're currently recruiting a new vice provost of online education. We believe, and as does I believe my colleagues in the other institutions, that it's important to go where the students are, and I think online education is going to be a big part of that. So I'll move to the next slide, the number of graduates, and this represents graduates from fall 2020 and spring 2021 through August. You'll see that number of 4,855. And this plays into part of what your agenda talks about in terms of providing a strong workforce for Nevada. We have graduates, as I'm sure you can appreciate, in multiple areas. One of the conversations earlier in this committee meeting is with regard to educators, and we are really working hard in our College of Education and Human Development to graduate as many teachers as possible. My understanding is that we had approximately 150 teachers that graduated last fall. We also, given the prior conversation in this meeting, are working extremely hard to graduate more counselors, more nurses, social workers, all to address those needs that are so dire throughout the state of Nevada, the public health workers, researchers, doctors, amongst many other individuals that are graduating from our university. Our graduation rates, you'll see there that our 4-year and 6-year graduation rates continue to increase. Again, we want to ensure that the investments that you make in our university are generating graduates that can move on to the workforce. But as I say, there's a steady increase from 2017 until today, and we'll continue to work to improve those numbers and also to continue to improve and attract as many Nevada students as possible. So I'll move to the next slide, net number of graduates by ethnicity. To support our diverse student population, we're actively taking a number of steps. One aggressive move that we made was we added 24 academic advisors to provide support for student success. In August, for the first time ever, we also had all of our first-year students participate in what we call our Nevada Fit program, whereby all of our freshman students come to campus a week early and take a special course to really familiarize themselves with the campus, with the types of classes that they're going to be taking, and what it's like to be a college student. So that has worked out extremely well. Also, we have initiated what we call the Digital Wolfpack Initiative, and in a collaboration with Apple, we provided each one of our freshman students with an iPad Air, something that we learned during the pandemic when we were engaging in distance education, was that a lot of our students did not have devices or did not have access to adequate Wi-Fi. So each of our students was provided with this iPad Air, which has tremendously improved their access and the quality of their education that they've received here. We also, again, to try to complement what the discussion has been with regard to this committee, is provided the services that our students need, particularly mental health counseling throughout the pandemic, and we're very pleased with that. We've expanded our online clinics and availability for COVID testing as well as vaccination clinics. We purchased 20,000 N95 masks to protect our students, faculty, and staff. I also want to take the opportunity, as you can see on this chart, with regard to our Indigenous populations and the bill that was passed to provide the fee waiver for those students. And we intend to improve the amount of Indigenous students that are enrolled in our university, as well as graduate those. So I'll move on to the next slide, workforce development. And obviously, it's important to note that there are a lot of challenges associated with meeting the needs of workforce development in Nevada, and we're going to continue to graduate as many students as possible. We are developing our strategic plan as we speak, and we are working very hard to make sure that our strategic plan complements what you all are doing in terms of workforce enrollment and growing workforce development and growing our enrollment in specific areas where there are needs throughout the state of Nevada. Again, we are working very hard to recruit throughout the entire state, every county, to fill the needs that you all need, that the state needs, and obviously with the educators for our schools. The next slide. Many of you may or may not be aware that Sierra Nevada University approached the University of Nevada, Reno, and proposed to transfer or donate that campus to UNR. So we are engaged currently with the Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities, as well as the United States Department of Education in that acquisition process, and it's going extremely well. We are hopeful that that transition will take place by the beginning of the next academic year. This acquisition has been also reviewed and approved by our Board of Regents, and we're excited about the opportunities that it can provide to students throughout the state of Nevada. We anticipate approximately 350 students to transition to UNR, and again, it will complement our efforts in terms of maintaining our status as an R1 Carnegie High Research institution. It will ensure that the Lake Tahoe campus remains an educational resource and centerpiece for the state of Nevada with regard to research, and particularly with regard to sustainability and providing students throughout the state who may not have had access to the campus now to be able to attend this campus and pay in-state tuition. So we're very pleased about that. So with that, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, I wanted to be very brief to be respectful of your time and provide adequate time for those that will be following me. And thank you for the opportunity and honor to make a presentation today.
Thank you very much, President Sandoval. Any questions? Yes, Vice Chair Bilbray-Asron.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the presentation. I did have am I muted?
No, you're good.
Okay, something came on. Yeah, a couple questions. I wanted to ask a little bit more about the acquisition of Sierra Nevada University. I know there is one down here in Henderson, I guess Green Valley. I think it's at Green Valley Parkway and Sunset, if I recall. And I was curious what your intents. Are we going to see UNR stuff down there? And that's right in the heart of Clark County. So I'm just curious about that. And then I do have another question as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To you and through you to Vice Chair Bilbray-Axelrod. Yes, there is that campus in campus. It's an office in Henderson, and we recently actually visited, but it plays a very important role in providing teacher training and online master's program for teachers. And so they work very closely with the Clark County School District, and the feedback that I've received is that they've really had a great experience with that. So in the short term, we are engaged in what's called a teach out program to ensure that all the students that are enrolled both in the undergraduate and the graduate programs can finish those degree programs that we have. We obviously are going to consult with NCHE, with the chancellor, with the Clark County School District, and with you all to ensure that those teacher training programs and master's programs will be available to the teachers and to the education system. But no, there is no plan to spread a UNR campus throughout Southern Nevada. We just want to be available to provide the services and resources that educators need.
Thank you. And Chair, if I may ask one more question.
Go ahead.
You didn't really talk about dual enrollment, and I actually had intended on asking several of you questions about dual enrollment, since that's something that we worked on. And I know the intent of the legislation is to offer students dual enrollment, so they're getting college level courses and taught by professors who have masters or even doctorates. And I know I've talked to President Whitfield, and that's what's happening. Are you seeing that level? Are students who are enrolling in those dual enrollment through UNR, are the professors at that level? And then what is sort of the footprint that we're seeing? You mentioned the two schools that you have partnerships with, but are you also pushing that dual enrollment to other Clark County schools? Because I know UNLV has sort of stayed within their geographic realm, and they're not kind of going up, and I don't mean to use the word poaching, but they're not, actively recruiting from Northern Nevada. So I just wanted to see how you guys were doing, and what I think I made that clear. I think I did.
I understand,
okay.
Vice Chair. And for the record, Brian Sandveld, President of the University, Mr. Chair, to you, through you to Vice Chair Bill Bragg, Axelrod. So I think what's important is to provide a history here first. We were approached by Superintendent Jara of the Clark County School District, who was very interested in providing more opportunities for students with regard to dual enrollment and concurrent enrollment. I think there's an important distinction there. Dual enrollment is, as you just described, where a university or higher education instructor, whether it be at a master's level or a doctorate level, would come into the high school and physically teach, whereas a concurrent enrollment provides for an assessment of an instructor at the high school, and if they have the proper credentials to be able to teach a college level course. So after being approached by Superintendent Jara, he suggested 2 pilot programs, and those are the ones that I described in my presentation with regard to Cheyenne and Centennial. Neither of those schools had a presence with regard to any other institution. And again, it was his hope that we provide as many opportunities for high school students to attain college credit as possible. So we did begin that early college academy at both of those high schools. And within a few weeks, we had over 400 students that enrolled. And again, with regard to those 2 high schools, the enrollment has increased. And these are entry-level English classes, entry-level math classes, entry-level political science class. And they've been so successful, and the principals at each of those high schools were so pleased with the results that we were approached again to offer and expand the program or the concurrent enrollment to additional high schools in Clark County. I mean, the reality is, and something that I've said publicly multiple times, is the majority of those students will enroll at UNLV and CSN at Nevada State College. I mean, it just provides additional opportunities for these students to gain college credit. It saves their families money. It gets them a head start with regard to higher education. And I think it's beneficial to all of the institutions in the state.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I do have a few more questions, but I will take them offline. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you. Yes, Assemblywoman Thomas.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, President Sandoval, for your presentation on UNR. I do appreciate that information that you have shared with us, but some of the things that I was kind of concerned with, and you know, I didn't see a PowerPoint on it. You gave us the number of graduates at the university, but I wanted to know the number of eligible to graduate, what those numbers look like. And just so that I won't have a second question, I'll put just this all in one. The dropout rate by ethnicity. And I wanted to know if you have the data, you know, whether or not this is reflected back on their high school career is the reason why they dropped out, or is it because of economic reasons for the dropout rate? If you have that data, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, Brian Sandoval, for the record, to you and through you to Assemblywoman Thomas. And I would be happy to gather that information for you. Obviously, you know, recruitment, retention, and graduation are foremost in our minds. And we do do an assessment if we lose students as to the reason for that. And as I mentioned before, we've been working extremely hard to get those students back from the drop in enrollment between even the fall of last year and the spring of this year. So with your permission, offline, we'd love to gather that information and provide it and get the details that you need. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I will be asking the same question of all of our institutions. So if I have to wait for those data, I would appreciate everyone that's listening to get that. And thank you again, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Senator Dondero-Lupe.
Thank you, and thank you, President Sandoval. Good to see you. I want to go back to Vice Chair Bilberry Axelrod's question about the Southern office of the Sierra Nevada building. I know that you said that the Northern Nevada building was going to be an office. Is that what I understood? Am I correct?
No, and if I may, Brian Sandoval, for the record, Mr. Chair, to you, through you to Senator Dondero-Lupe. No, what I was speaking of is there essentially are three campuses. There is a main campus up at Incline Village in Lake Tahoe. It's approximately 20 acres. It has dormitories. It has a research facility. It has classrooms, a library, you know, the typical amenities that you would see on a college campus. There is an office in Henderson that Vice Chair Bilberry Axelrod described, and there's also an office in Reno. And the purpose for those offices in Reno and Henderson are to provide graduate education, master's level education for teachers. And so there are actually more students enrolled in those programs than there are undergraduates at the university. And again, it provides a great resource for educators throughout the state, but including Clark County, to obtain those master's level instruction in order to improve, you know, their educational experience.
Thank you very much. And with that being said, the master's program, if I remember correctly, was online, and that means so do the offices, are the offices small? Do they just do clerical work? I guess I'm trying to, for both the Reno and the Las Vegas office, if these programs are online, what's happening in that office, I guess?
No, and Mr. Chair, for the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno, to you and through you to Senator Dondero-Lupe. In full disclosure, I've not visited the Reno office, but I did visit the office in Henderson. It's very small. It's maybe a couple thousand square feet, if that. It is mostly offices, but there is one very small conference type room where students have the ability to physically come in and meet with staff here or there in Henderson. But it is not a large building by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, like I said, it is literally some cubbies and 2 conference rooms.
Okay, I was just kind of wondering, financially is where I was going with it. If it's an online program, did we need 2 offices? Could it all be done out of one in Reno? So, and I can continue that conversation later. Thank you very much, President.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Assemblywoman Miller.
Thank you, Chair Dennis, and good to see you, President Sandoval. I'm framing my questions as a graduate of Sierra Nevada College. When I decided to become a teacher after living in Nevada for a few years and recognizing that the need for more teachers here in Nevada, as already a graduate who had already graduated from 2 universities, you know, I was very selective in my choice of where to go. And obviously UNLV was there, but I actually chose Sierra Nevada because it was small. And I didn't want to, as someone who had already gone to 2 large universities, I didn't want to go through the bureaucracy of a large university. I didn't want to deal with the parking struggle of a large university. And Sierra Nevada also provided the ability to work on my teaching certificate and the master's in teaching simultaneously. And so I found that my experience with Sierra Nevada was just the smoothest, most loveliest experience I could have. And I did have in-person classes. I did not choose the virtual route. I chose the 100% in-classroom experience. And so things that I experienced at Sierra Nevada that I could never experience at a larger school, college, or university is they would actually walk into class and hand us a slip of paper in the middle of class and say, hey, real quick, take 10 minutes and fill out your classes you want to register for next term. And they'd wait 10 minutes and we'd hand it back. There was one desk, one office that, you know, we would go to pay for tuition, to deal with financial aid, to audit our classes, to sign up for student teaching, all of that just one office. As well as when you're a non-traditional student, we know saving that extra hour looking for a parking spot, as we do in the evenings at most universities, also made life a lot easier. And so my question is now that Sierra Nevada is absorbed by a large university, and again, knowing that the program at Sierra Nevada here in Las Vegas, or technically Henderson, was just for postgraduate students. So these are already college graduates and often non-traditional age students. So many people have families, many people have other jobs and other types of things that make going back to school full-time challenging. Has there been discussion, or is there a discussion or a plan or a desire to keep that small, intimate experience that I had available for the students who would now be going through the program?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to you and through you to Assemblywoman Miller. And I appreciate the question, and have to confess, either I knew and forgot or wasn't aware that you had attended SNU, and I'm really pleased about the experience that you've had. And that's part of what we've talked about in terms of this acquisition is preserving this intimate experience and flexible one for students that come from a lot of different backgrounds and have a lot of different challenges. So our intent is, as we move forward, is to do exactly what you describe, is to go where the students are and to be extremely flexible in terms of providing them with an instruction and a curriculum that meets their needs.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? I don't see anyone raising their hand. Okay, President Sandoval, thank you very much for your presentation and for answering questions. And A lot of good things going on, and we're excited to see all the good things that are going on in all our institutions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee.
All right, so we will now go to our presentation from the College of Southern Nevada. We have Dr. Federico Zaragoza, president, here with us today. Welcome, Dr. Federico Zaragoza.
Good morning, Chair Dennis, Chair Bilbray, Axelrod, distinguished committee members, colleagues, and guests. For the record, I'm Federico Zaragoza, president of the College of Southern Nevada. And thank you for this opportunity to discuss the important work that we do at CSN, as well as some of the challenges that we're confronting. CSN is a large urban community college, and the emphasis is on community. We have 3 campuses and 7 learning centers located within 15 miles, a 15-minute drive of any location in the region. Our student body and programs are as diverse as the community we serve. Every year, we enroll approximately 55,000 students, 7,400 non-credit students, and approximately 48,000 unduplicated unique degree-seeking students. We are a majority minority institution. 72% of our students are non-white. We're also a Hispanic serving institution with 36% of our student body now being Hispanic. 56% of our students are female, and the average age of our student is not 25 years of age. 70% of our students attend part-time. CSN, like our sister NC and community college institutions, deliver a comprehensive higher education curriculum. That means that we offer both academic university transfer programs so that students can earn associate's degree that transfer to universities through a 2+2 articulation model. And it should be noted that 70% of our full-time students are not college ready when they first come to CSN. CSN has also a very strong workforce development mission. It is in our DNA. At CSN, this translates to 280 certificate and degree programs that are designed to transition students into the local workforce. Our program has no wrong doors, and we meet students where they are. Our reach is deep and wide, and we touch every part of Southern Nevada. As an example, a recent EMSI economic impact study reported that 1 out of every 81 workers in Southern Nevada are CSN alumni. In terms of student success, CSN is now outperforming some of the most prestigious community colleges in the country in the important category of total number of completers or graduates. We outperform all of our peer colleges, including Cuyahoga in Cleveland, Montgomery in North Carolina, and Portland Community College. And we are within reach of surpassing our peer aspiration college, which is Austin Community College, who registered 5,233 graduates in 2020. To put things in perspective, last year in 2021, we awarded 5,137 degrees and certificates, the second highest number of degrees awarded in our history. And this was achieved at the peak of the pandemic. The results are not going unnoticed. I am pleased to report that CSN was selected by the Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities as the 2021 Beacon Award winner for excellence in student achievement and student success in the category of large institutions, those with student enrollments of 6,000 or more students. So we are indeed on our way to transforming CSN into one of the nation's elite higher education performing community colleges in the country. We are developing academic, workforce, and diversity solutions right here at the College of Southern Nevada. And we're committed to continuing our student success momentum by fully converting to core requisite English and math instruction, increasing advisor ratio to student ratios from 350 to 1, and continuing to provide high wrap-up and wraparound services, including mental health services to our students. These are all national proven best practices, which we must continue to implement at scale. However, CSN is not immune to the challenges and serious threats confronting higher education, and particularly community colleges. According to the National Student Clearinghouse, headcount enrollment for community college is down 14.1% nationally compared to pre-COVID levels. COVID has clearly had an adverse impact on our enrollment. Our credit head count plateaued at 34,100 in fall 2019, which was pre-COVID. As of yesterday, our spring 2021 enrollment is down approximately 11%, and we're down almost 60% over a 2-year period. To be clear, the number one threat to the College of Southern Nevada is declining enrollment because our funding is generated by caseload reimbursement and student tuition and fees. Whether it is early in the FY 23-25 budget development process, declining enrollment without some type of hold harmless clause could translate to annual revenue losses of approximately $44 million for the College of Southern Nevada. Needless to say, these are troubling trends. However, I am optimistic that we will overcome these troubling trends. If I could, I will provide a high-level overview of some of our initiatives designed to increase enrollment and the importance of continued state support. First, in the past 5 years, we have more than tripled dual enrollment numbers, growing from 1,806 students in 2016 to 4,545 last fall. During this 5-year period, 16,840 CCSD students earned college credit, becoming not just college ready, they emerged as college-proven students, and the vast majority were able to seamlessly transition to CSN or to one of our sister institutions. Our dual enrollment efforts are intentional. They are designed to create pathways that include an early college pathways that allows high school students to graduate with associate's degrees. Every year, about 100 students will walk the stage earning their associate degree before they walk their high school graduation stage. CTE academies that allow high school students to graduate with career occupation certifications, and Jumpstart Core 15 programs that allow high school students to graduate with 1 semester of university transfer work under their belts. Thanks to an anonymous donor, we now have begun our AB 319 pilot that allows CSN and CCSD to create new CTE pathways for almost 1,000 dual enrollment students, mostly from underserved CCSD school districts. Students in these programs will graduate from high school with degrees or certificates in high demand fields. And AB 319 will address the educational impact and return on investment of CTE dual enrollment programs. It will also answer the question of what happens when the donor support stops. On the workforce front, we have been working to right-size, re-engineer, and to realign workforce programs to address high-demand occupations in Nevada. This means that our enrollments and our graduates are aligned to the region's existing and emerging sectors. To that end, we have aligned our programs to the LVGEA Workforce Blueprint 2.0 and to the state's National Bureau of Labor Statistics labor market information to address documented job growth and skill gaps that result in lack of qualified applicants in targeted occupations in Southern Nevada. This slide shows that the CSN pipeline is robust. We have 2,200 students in health and emergency response programs, 750 students in tourism, gaming, and conventions, 510 students in computer information technologies, and a robust 6,800 students in skilled trades, apprenticeship, manufacturing, and logistics programs. These students are now in the pipeline to fill critical jobs needed to diversify the Southern Nevada regional economy. To address emerging occupation, I'm also pleased to report that the City of Henderson and CSN have partnered to establish a Center of Excellence in Advanced Manufacturing. The Center of Excellence will be a world-class advanced manufacturing training facility of approximately 17,000 square feet to be modeled after the Haas training centers in other states. The facility will anchor CSN education and training programs in CNC, robotics, machining, fabrication, and mechatronics. This is a concrete example of how CSN serves as the region's workforce development engine to supply the needed skilled workers for thousands of new jobs that will be created by Haas Corporation and other advanced manufacturing companies. We're already seeing enrollment growth at the Betty Engelstad Health and Science Facility in our Henderson campus. Because of your support, this facility now provides an additional 1,200 biology seats and up to 500 seats for nursing and health professional majors. The bottom line is, as COVID allows, we are well positioned to add more students into our nursing and allied health profession programs, many of which are on waiting lists. In addition, CSN, in collaboration with area industry and labor organization, continues to grow and diversify the apprenticeship and skilled trades area. Our plan is to continue to offer accelerated short-term and micro certification skill certificates, as well as stackable pathways into the middle skill areas. Our goal will be to double the number of enrollments in middle skills, IT, and cybersecurity programs for the next 5 years. I hope you can see that at CSN, the scale of our workforce and higher education efforts are systemic, and they are at scale. Not 100, but thousands of Southern Nevada residents connect to higher education or jobs in critical growth sectors via CSN. But critical to our ability to continue to address Southern Nevada's workforce and higher education needs is our ability to expand our Sahara West Workforce Skills Training Center, which is at capacity. And we need to procure financial support to expand our services into the Northwest Corridor. These two projects will be our CIP priorities for the FY 23-25 budget cycle. To continue our workforce, higher education, and student success momentum, CSN will be requesting approximately $74.8 million annually during the upcoming legislative session. And we, of course, look forward to discussing our overall budget request in the months to come. Mr. Chairman, that constitutes my report. However, I would be pleased to respond to questions, if any.
Thank you very much. Questions? Yes, Vice Chair Bilbray Hashman.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate you having the dual enrollment information out there. So I did want to, well, I'll start with that. So you had that on, thank you for having your page numbers too. So on slide 8, you went over your dual enrollment numbers, and I appreciate that. I'm going to go back to the question that I asked President Sandoval as well. When you're doing the dual enrollment, the intent of the legislation was to have professors who are, with masters or PhDs. Are you participating in what UNR is calling concurrent enrollment? I have never heard that term, where you're going in with other teacher. I'm going to have to get more information about that, but is that something that you're doing as well?
We do concurrent enrollment as well, but all our instructors, our faculty, even if they're CCSD faculty, have to meet the Master's plus 18 minimum requirement. So we do not provide different certification standards for concurrent enrollment instructors.
Thank you for that. And then my second question, and I'll go really quickly, Chair, the slide 10, the Sahara West, is that an expansion? I know that building is quite old. It's in a great location though, as far as public transportation. Is the plan, I think it was a $6 million budget, is the plan to start from scratch, or are you just going to expand that building? Thank you.
Actually, it's a combination of both. We're expanding the footprint, but more importantly, we're retrofitting multi-purpose labs so that we can do more of the skilled training. Manufacturing, for example, is a high demand occupation, and there's a lot of industry certification programs we could deliver in that facility that we can't do under the current constraints. We also have a demand for us to expand our literacy programs in that area. We have approximately 200,000 individuals in Southern Nevada without a high school diploma, and many of them go for non-credit instruction at that facility as well. And we're incorporating a model now that's called, it's our ability to benefit, where much like we do with high school dual enrollment, we're now allowing GED students to also take college credit. So we need to expand that facility and to retrofit those classrooms. And the $6 million basically gets us to maximize that facility. We really do need a longer term solution to grow and to address the needs that we see in this area of skills development and middle skills.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
All right. Other questions? Yes, Assemblywoman Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. My question, again, is based on, first, let me say thank you for the presentation, President. And I won't pronounce your name, Zaragoza. If I did it correctly, great. The same question that I had before was, I would like to know the number of graduates versus the number of eligible to graduate, and what the dropout rate was by ethnicity. And I would like to see the data on that. And the reason why, with this, COVID showed some big holes, and those holes were student debt, and I think that it is essential that we know what those numbers look like, so that, if we need to have programs, in high school, in their high school career, that would alleviate them going into debt with, their lack of being ready for community college or university, things like that. This is the reason why I'm asking these questions. And I'd appreciate if you don't have the data, if you can get the data for us, sir.
We will provide the data. We will follow up with that data.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, I suspect that all the institutions probably are going to have to put together some information. I think whatever they do, though, it'd be good to give it to the committee so we can all take a look at that. I think that would be important. Thank you very much. Who else has any questions? Simon Hansen.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Zaragoza, for being here. I'm actually, as a former student at UNR, I'm more than glad to give you kudos for what you're doing there at CSN. I have been a fan since I've really watched from 2019. I apologize for being late to the game and really knowing the impact that CSN has had on the state, but have continually been impressed. And certainly so with your presentation today. So whether it's a CSN student, UNLV, UNR, College of Sierra Nevada College now, part of UNR, so glad to see all these choices because we know in education, one size does not fit all. And so when it comes to higher ed, I'm so glad to see these different programs. I'm a huge fan of dual enrollment, have been. This concurrent enrollment is new to me and understanding it. So if you don't mind, I'm going to clarify what I think I understand it from President Sandoval's presentation, and correct me if I'm wrong. With concurrent, you're using existing teachers in the high school that are certified or have the degree to be able to teach college level credit sort of courses there at the high school, versus dual enrollment where you go to the community college campus or something like that. Do I have that correct?
That is correct. Or the students can also come to the colleges for the dual enrollment part of it. The difference again being that the instructors of records are from the community college system versus being adjunct instructors from the CCSD network, but again, meeting the same certification requirements, irrespective of whether they're concurrent or dual enrollment instructors.
Thank you for that. And also with dual enrollment, so really our kids in high school have an opportunity through AP, which I know is difficult. The AP courses are quite challenging, or they can do dual enrollment, or they can do concurrent. So now, if I'm not mistaken, we've got 3 pathways that students in high school can get college credit before they actually are even there. Is that right?
Those are 3 of the pathways. They can also, if they're in the CTE area, they could also get industry certifications in addition to college credits.
Oh, thank you. I'm a huge fan of that too. I'm sitting here in our plumbing office, And those trades are important, and a lot of students, that's their pathway, are those trades and certification programs. And again, your presentation showed off so well how CSN is doing that. So thank you so much. And one last thing, Millennium Scholarship recipients can utilize their scholarship at any of these universities or community colleges, even certification programs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you so much for being here and for your work.
Thank you. Any other questions? I am not seeing any. Dr. Zaragoza, thank you for all the work that you do. You impact a lot of folks, as you've already mentioned, here in Southern Nevada and throughout the state. And so thank you for all the work that's going on there. So with that, thank you very much. And we will now go to Desert Research Institute, Dr. Kamud Akaria, who is the president.
Mr. Chairman, members, can you see the slides?
Yes, we can see them. Yeah, go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Just give me a second.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, I am Kamud Acharya, President of DRI. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to share with you the impactful science and STEM education opportunities that are underway at DRI. Yeah. Sorry, Chair, I'm having difficulty advancing the slide here.
You want to go slide? Oh, sorry.
Oh, this is Stephanie with BPS. I'm just going to, if you go to the slide at the top of the bar there, slideshow, where it says that, and start your slideshow. And you'll need to share it again. So at the far left, it says from beginning. There you are.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. So DRI is one of 8 institutions within system of Nevada system of higher education, Nevada system of higher education. Our scientists conduct research throughout Nevada, the West, around the world. But unlike the other institutions, we do not grant degrees. The majority of our scientists are full-time researchers. A few of them do teach part-time at NC institutions, but most are dedicated to full-time research. That takes them throughout Nevada and to research sites around the world. We have 2 main campuses in Las Vegas and Reno. We've been around more than 60 years, conducting research in environmental science. We have more than 450 scientists, engineers, students, and support staff. over 100 PhDs in more than 40 disciplines. Last year, we brought in $43 million in sponsored research grants and contracts. That is roughly the annual average. That is funding from the sponsored research that our scientists are doing to solve important scientific questions. DRI scientists earn their own salaries through grants and contracts. DRI receives less than 20% of its funding from the state, which covers our administration and facilities. For every dollar that the state invests in DRI, our scientists earn $4.82 in outside grant and contract revenue that's spent here in the state. Our work generally covers the following areas: atmospheric sciences, earth and ecosystem sciences, hydrologic sciences, genomic medicine, and STEM education. I'll share a few of the projects that our scientists are working on. The first one is OpenET. OpenET is a web-based platform that DRI, along with the partners at NASA and the Environmental Defense Fund, have developed to fill the biggest data gap in water management. It provides a tool that allows ag growers, along with federal, state, and local water managers, to all have access to the same information about water use and evapotranspiration. Nevada Senator Catherine Cortez Masto and Representative Susie Lee introduced companion bills in the Senate and the House to create a new program in federal agency to support OpenET. These bills are pending in Congress right now. The other one is Wildfire Science. Wildfires are growing concern in the West, and DRI scientists are working to better understand what conditions lead to wildfires, how wildfire smoke changes as it drifts into communities, and the impact that wildfires have on our health, including finding an elevated risk of COVID positivity on days with excessive wildfire smoke. They're also looking at the ways that wildfire changes the soil structure, making risk for mudslides, higher flowing, and wildfire event. DRI's Western Regional Climate Center, WRCC, in Reno, Nevada, delivers high-quality climate data services at national, regional, and state levels. Inaugurated in 1986, WRCC is one of 6 regional climate centers in the United States. We work with partners in the National Climatic Data Center, National Weather Service, and American Association of State Climatologists, and Nwea Research Institutes. One example of the center's work, DRI and Western Regional Climate Center climatologist David Simmerl is one of the nation's authors of the U.S. Drought Monitor, which provides information on drought conditions nationwide. And this map is updated regularly. DRI hydrologists have partnered with the Nature Conservancy at its 90-acre 7J Ranch near Berry. This area is home to the headwaters of the Amargosa River. Our scientists install meteorological station and are working on developing a watershed model to determine how conservation efforts will affect water resources. Microplastics. The microplastics research team at DRI is working to understand this contaminant and develop novel solutions to microplastics in freshwater. By better characterizing the types and locations of microplastic pollution, scientists are working to prevent them from getting into the environment, understanding the impacts they may have on freshwater ecosystems, and eventually removing microplastics from wastewater streams. Agricultural innovation and adaptive analysis. This is the DRI's EcoCells facilities at our Reno campus. Scientists there work to solve problems that plague garlic crops, a fungus called white rot. They have developed an antifungal agent to combat the problem. And this has also led to a new spin out from DRI, a company that actually is collecting a lot of investment from outside agencies right now. Looking for microplastic, sorry, I think I went back. Solar energy, DRI's Reno campus is home to a vast solar array that provides power to our facility. Our scientists are also looking at ways to optimize solar power grids and are investigating how solar panels impact the ability for rainfall to be absorbed on our desert soils. Our scientists are working with agencies such as the Bureau of Land Management to monitor and inventory plant species on federal lands. Also, Dr. Andre Kleistov on the picture here with our Division of Atmospheric Sciences is one of the scientists uncovering the dangers of e-cigarettes. The team found that when the flavorings in e-cigarettes are heated to very high temperatures, the vapor that is released includes harmful chemicals that include aldehydes. We all know that aldehydes are carcinogenic. So this is a National Institute of Health funded research at DRI. Similarly, Center for Genomic Medicine, this is a partnership that DRI has with a renowned hospital. DRI's Center for Genomic Medicine is investigating the connection between our genes, the environment, and our health. This team has one of the largest population health studies in the country, over 50,000 people enrolled into the program. Participants learn about their genetic predisposition to certain diseases and can use that information to inform their healthcare decisions. The team also found an increased risk of COVID-19 on days when wildfire smoke was at its worst in the Reno area. Moving on to our Science Allied program, DRI Science Allied program envisions a STEM literate workforce for the future. Our mission is to support Nevada's K-12 education ecosystem with tools and resources needed to bring STEM content to life. What we do here is we create and distribute educational content, provide professional development and training, support the community through outreach and engagement. Inspiring future scientists, educational programs at DRI seek to foster scientific engineering talent. From kindergarten to postgraduate levels, we meet needs for economic diversification and science-based educational opportunities inside and outside of Nevada. We're preparing Nevada's future leaders with the skills they need to succeed in their careers. Our Science Allied team creates engaging hands-on STEM kits known as green boxes for K-12 classrooms, after-school programs, teacher training programs, and other educational settings. Educators have free access to the materials to support STEM learning. We have online resources, videos, career connections, and media as well. STEM topics include robotics, engineering, environmental science, renewable energy, climate change, emerging DRI science research, NASA and space science, etc. We offer in-person and virtual training for teachers, future educators, and youth-serving professionals, such as Boys and Girls Clubs, libraries, Girl Scouts, communities in schools, etc. We offer unique field experiences and opportunities to facilitate connection to the topics. We highlight the world-class science happening at DRI. Our K-12 team works across the state to offer engaging events to promote DRI and STEM literacy. Recent projects include STEAM Conference, Science and Tech Fest, and hosted the May the Science Be With You open house event, and more. These activities showcase DRI resource faculty and offer class visits, presentations, or virtual calls, field trips, DRI campus tours, and more. Robotics, to date, we've seen over 660 Nevada educators attend our variety of robotics workshops. Each year, we host week-long robotics academy to train teachers across the state in how to build and code robots. Some teachers run clubs, some teach robotics in the STEM labs, and some use robotics to teach math and science standards. This summer, we had 97 teachers, 175 attendees at 4 different robot trainings, virtual, in-person, both in Reno and in Henderson. This one teacher training week will reach 1,600 students in this school year. Among the trainees, 46% identified as non-white, 69% work at Title I schools, and 20% came from rural Nevada, and 75% identified as women. We see dramatic change in confidence levels after the training. DRI Science Alive is one of the only STEM programs with a statewide footprint impacting communities throughout Nevada. We've reached over 170,000 students since our inception, reached approximately 70% of the state schools with a big focus on Title I schools, trained 600 to 800 teachers per year, and partnered with 50+ community organizations. So DRI also offers programs to support Nevada's college and graduate students. This is a new program DRI initiated last year, Research Immersion Internship Program. This is to connect with students from two-year community colleges and Nevada State College to give them an opportunity to get some exposure in science. These are non-traditional students. They don't get to experience that science. So we decided that by launching this program, we would be able to reach out to those that are underserved in our communities and then bring them to our campus and give them opportunity to feel what science looks like. Hopefully they'll then get into the science. First year, we had 14 students that came to DRI and visited a number of labs for 16 weeks. And then we are relaunching that program again this year. This is internally funded by DRI. DRI also has a graduate students program. We support a graduate student research assistant from both UNLV, UNR, and also Nevada State College. They are integral part of our science. They come and work with our scientists, get trained, and our goal is to, goal is to retain them here in Nevada so that they can contribute to our workforce. It's important for them to work with our scientists, and also our scientists bring a lot of grants, and for them, having graduate students allows them to do the work, field work easier. So we're part of the graduate program at both of these universities. That's how we contribute to our students. That is all I have for DRI's brief introduction. If there are any questions, I'm more than happy to take. And sorry for the snafu in the beginning for, the slides presentations.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Any questions? Yeah, Senator Underloop.
I don't really have a question. I just want to thank the DRI for all they do. Being that they are such a different institution, but under the same umbrella with INCHI, I think it's really important for us to recognize the value to our community and our state. So thank you very much, Dr. Achara.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing is that a lot of people, because it's such a different institution, but yet the great things that you do there aren't always known. So we appreciate the opportunity to be able to hear from you. Any other questions? I am not seeing any. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, we will then go now to our next institution, Great Basin College. We have Joyce Helens, who's the president.
Thank you so much. I'm Joyce Helens, president of Great Basin College. And thank you so much for this opportunity to present and talk a little bit about a college I'm very proud of. Sonia Seibert, Vice President at Great Basin, will be helping me with these slides, so thank you. And I don't want to assume that we have the same definitions. So for the purpose of this little presentation, I just wanted to mention that rural would be 500 density population, 500 or less per square mile, and frontier is 6 people per square mile. Of course, for us, beyond means the world. So we have students from Ghana, the Netherlands, from Canada, and Brooklyn, New York. Next slide, Sonia. This beautiful picture, this visual was taken by Brian Zeisler, a faculty in our teacher education. And for me, it illustrates providing a well-lighted pathway. This is a phrase I use quite a bit. We're trying to light the way for everyone in rural and frontier Nevada to be able to reach their goals for a better life. And of course, that's a better quality of life through higher education. We are also supplying over 50 years now the well-skilled workforce, very necessary for the economic development in the rurals, but also for the bottom line of the state of Nevada. And we have a lot of partnerships. We listen and we provide what's necessary for a flexible and dynamic workforce. Also, I really believe that our mission is to help create and support healthy communities. So for Great Basin College, that's really a three-legged stool. The first is economic development health. And I mean, economic health, which obviously if you have a degree, you can get a good job, better quality of life, but also physical health and mental health, because we believe that you absolutely need these three. Next slide, please. I love visuals. So this is really important to me. All that light green is our vast geography that we serve at Great Basin College, over 86,000 square miles. I don't know of any other institution in the United States that covers this kind of geography. And all of those dots represent where we are. We have larger areas. I'm coming from Elko today. Also Winnemucca and Ely and Pahrump are actually campus centers. But all those other little dots, they're primarily in high school districts as well. Next slide, please. And a little bit about our students. We have an older group. I mean, it's an average, a little over 25 years old, 66% female, 70% or over part-time. And we have 44% students of color. And the largest population of our students of color is Latinx. And I believe that by the end of the year, we will be at 25%, which we will become an HSI, or Hispanic Serving Institution. We're always interested in what are our gaps and how can we fill those. And we were really delighted to know that our primary minority students are graduating at the same or higher rate than white students. And we believe our success in this area is because we have smaller classes and also we have cohorts. So we move groups of people together and they finish, they get to that finish line. But we know we have gaps. And right now we're focusing on Native American population working in Duck Valley and primarily with dual enrollment, which I'll talk more about in a minute. Next slide, please. Our graduation rate, it's 44.1. I'd like to have it 99, knowing that we can't be perfect. I don't know anybody who's reached that yet, but we do know in our system of higher education, UNR is at 60% and then UNLV at 44.3, I think. So we're right behind them. The rest of our colleagues in the nation for a college such as Great Basin College would be in the 20s. Next slide, please. So this is one of my favorite topics, which is our high school students. So even though we have a population that's a little bit older, 25, really that 25 and older represent, and I'm making a little bit of a generalization here, but it's accurate to say they are the working adults. They've started having families, they have jobs, and when they put the kids to bed at night, then they start studying. That's online, and those are our baccalaureate programs. But we have a great cadre of high school students who are coming to us, and we are really developing that more strongly because we're working so well with our school districts in the rural areas that we serve. So one thing we want to do is what else how can we make a better difference and a greater impact? Because we know with dual enrollment, students accumulate credits, but we wanted to sort of encapsulate them so that they meant something that could be plugged into another rung on the ladder of higher education. So we created a general ed certificate. Now it just started last year. And we wanted to have the dual enrollment students collect their 30 credits of general education that they were getting. And then by the time they graduate, they've got a certificate and it's much easier to plug in to go on and continue a degree path. Also, starting fall of 22, this was a great idea that came out of our teacher education department. Let's add a teacher education pathway to a certificate for dual enrollment. And that way students would graduate having completed the first year of an education track. Because as we all know, in our state, we need teachers, but in the rural areas, we really need these teachers. It is a crisis. So we're very proud of starting that. Also, last fall, we created a new baccalaureate for early childhood, specifically for child care professionals to meet the state requirements. And we also take the dual enrollment to CTE for the technical programs, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. We're at our high school, HVAC and construction. Next slide, please. So we are the online leaders in Nevada system of higher education. And people don't know that because we are small. But I think this happened out of necessity of the Great Recession, where as a small institution, we have reserves, but it's very easily depleted. So we went online back then, and we found out we were very good at it. And we have put a lot of resources into teacher training so that we've continued to grow in that area. Go ahead, next slide, please. And this slide's important in that 8% that's out of state is really important to me because, of course, we're really here to serve Nevadans. But that 8%, those are our students in Ghana and in the Netherlands. And I said we had the hockey team from Canada. But a lot of those students also, we have a student government cohort from all over the world and Nevada. And it really helps students in the rural areas who may not have the opportunity to be interacting with students from other experiences at other places where they are sharing, because all our meetings, of course, are online. And that has become very meaningful. Next slide, please. So we really focus on what are those high demand occupations that are at crisis needs in the rural areas. And it's really in 3 areas: health science, human services, our career and technical education, and teacher education. Next slide, please. So we start with the CNA in the high schools as well as other locations. And in the state of Nevada, you just have to be 16 to get a CNA license. And you can go to work with, I think it's about 32,000 entry level. But this CNA really plugs into many other health occupations. And all of our campus sites, Ely, Winnemucca, Elko, Battle Mountain, Pahrump, all of these have these programs there. We're also now working with Caliente for a CNA program there. And nursing is in such desperate need here. And we know that there's $20 million in state funding to support apprentice nurses to be able to work while going to nursing school. All of our program sites where we have the nursing, Ely, Pahrump, Elko, Winnemucca, we utilize apprentice nurses. And this, of course, helps fill the gap during the shortage. During this pandemic, it's been amazing because we've also had our nursing students as very much involved in mitigating the pandemic. And we at one point we wondered, would we lose students because it was just too hard? We also do contact tracing for rural counties. And so our nursing students are also doing that kind of work. When I met with them one Saturday, just to thank them for all that additional work, one nursing student said, when you do contact tracing, sometimes people are very mean to you and they curse at you. And I said, oh my goodness. And she told me a couple of examples. And I said, has that changed your mind about wanting to be a nurse? And she said, and I remember it so vividly because I was so proud of her. She said, actually, it's made me want to be a nurse more because I realized it doesn't matter if you just know the science and facts. If you can't talk to people and understand where they're coming from, nothing else matters. So she was able to build her communication skills by doing this additional work of contact tracing. And I thought, that's the kind of nurse we all want. We also have an incredible 100% pass rate on the national NCLEX for our nurses. We also have the BSN program, and we have streamlined that to 3 semesters instead of 5, trying to fast track some of these BSN nurses that were so desperately needed right now. Next slide, please. Now, we're the only sonography program in the northern part of the state. And we have certificate program. We had such tremendous need expressed that 1 year later, we developed the baccalaureate degree. So the majority of our students get this degree. Many already have been radiologists, technicians, or paramedics. And we have students placed throughout Nevada. We have a partnership with Renown. We take students from Reno, they complete our program through distance education, and then with live labs and clinical placements at Renown. And we're proud of being able to serve in that way. Next slide, please. Here's another collaboration. As you can tell by now, we collaborate quite a bit, but we don't want to recreate the wheel. We realize resources are limited. So collaborations are very important. We've had a 3+1 social work program for at least 15 years now with UNR. So the students will complete 3 years at Great Basin College and then 1 year at UNR. And about 2 years ago, we put it online because we had so many students who said, I can't get to a campus, I'm working, I have a family, I can't do that. And we thought, well, that's kind of a natural to be online. We also found that it was difficult sometimes to finish that last year because they couldn't go to UNR. And so UNR immediately worked with us to put that online as well. With Human Services, we started with 2 certificates and the associate's degree in Human Services. And we realized the need was so great, particularly for licensed counselors. So that is fully enrolled, and we've had waiting lists. So both the social work and human services field, they've had a lack of adequate providers nationwide, statewide, and it's critical in our rural areas. Next slide, please. These are kind of typical career and technical education programs we've been offering for, gosh, almost 50 years. These are all in conjunction with business and industry, with what the needs are in industry in our area. And though we also have non-credit industry training, things like truck driving or some emerging fields, since mining is going into the development of autonomous mining vehicles. So we do that also, industry training. The HVAC program I'm going to talk a little bit about in the next couple slides from now, but that is also dual enrollment, and we are using the facilities at the high school. Next slide, please. I wanted to quickly cover this, something that I also don't think happens anywhere else in the country, and I like it to a football draft. So it's an industry signing. Students come and they prepare their resumes, they get dressed, and they go into a 1 day, usually it's at a convention center here in Elko. And what we have are industry sponsors. They interview, they see their resumes, they talk to students. And at the end of the day, the industry gets together and says, we're going to sign this student, we're going to sign this student. That comes with a fully awarded scholarship, as well as a paid internship in their company. And so I mentioned cohort. This is a very good example. We take them, they move through, they graduate, they get great jobs. It's called the MTC, or Maintenance Training Cooperative. Next slide, please. And here's the HVAC. So many of our business and industry partners said, we really need this desperately. What can you do? And we found that in talking with our superintendent, Elko County School District, they had facilities that were not being used. They had people who were retired. They did not continue the program. So we moved in. And it's a very successful program, dual enrollment. And what we hope is it will be increased actually in the evening hours so that we'll be able to open it to the general public as well. Next slide, please. We also participate in Build Nevada, and this is non-credit, but it's 80 hours of entry-level construction training. And those are our areas, Lovelock to McDermott, Oahe. And one place I'm really proud that we work on this, our instructor goes out to Carlin, to the National Guard facility, in the Battle Born Youth Academy, which is a program for at-risk high school students. It's been very successful there. And we know that when you get these entry-level skills, which is a certificate from the National Center for Construction Education Training, that can plug into other things, other CTE programs at not just Great Basin College, but any of our colleges. Next slide, please. And coming here almost to the conclusion, we are expanding in Winnemucca. There's through the generosity of the Pennington Foundation and others, but we were able to do this because of a collaboration with UNR, and being small and with resources stretched and also budget cuts and the pandemic, we found our success really is contingent on how we can collaborate with other with business and industry, with other institutions. And so collaborating, we call it, you know, some of the back office kinds of things, whether it's our P cards or our information technology, our police services, our phone services, that we have collaborated with UNR, also their real estate services. So we were able to save 33% and get this building done at budget. And that got us to be a finalist in the Cashman Good Government Award. So we're very proud of this, and we appreciate the help from UNR. We'll have a grand opening on June 10th. And this is a health sciences, so we'll have nursing and EMT, as well as electrical technology and other kinds of CTE programs. Next slide. So my last slide here is also an example of a collaboration, again, with UNR through the Mackey School of Mines. Of course, you know, our primary industry here is mining, and we have, of course, other suppliers to the mining industry. And we didn't want to assume we knew what they wanted, and it was really time, because mining is changing so very much. We thought this is a perfect marriage for Mackey School Research and Development and Great Basin Tactical Trainers to come together to create a mining center of excellence housed in Elko, where we ask the mining industry, what is it that you need? How can we facilitate it? And how can you support that? And that is what we're right now in the middle of developing. So in conclusion, I mean, when we talk, there are challenges, huge challenges, resources and capacity. I mean, where connectivity will always be an issue in the rural areas. I mean, when I hear 5G conversations, you know, it's just a dream here. And I know I've been widely quoted for my saying, we'll take 1G as long as it stays up, because I've been in situations here where we knew that locally 911 went down. So we can have the best product, but if we don't have connectivity, it doesn't make any difference. I know when we had to close down early in the pandemic, we had students in their cars in our parking lot, because this was the only place that they, in all of our campus areas, that they were able to connect. Rural hiring, not everybody wants to work rurally. I surely have loved it, and I've chosen that my whole adult life. But I know that not everybody does. So if we lose an instructor, which we have, and we can't hire right away, that means we can't offer the program, or we can't offer as many sections of the program. And then, of course, deferred maintenance is always an issue, because our facilities are getting older. And then, of course, funding. So things like, you know, not keeping up with inflation on our formula for weighted student credit hours, or of course, deferred maintenance. But, you know, at the end of the day, really for me, what we spend our money on says what's important to us. And for me, it's investing in faculty, because I know the statement of fact, particularly very obvious in the rural areas, it's hard to hire people and keep people. Faculty salaries need to be kept pace, and they haven't nationally. Of course, I know we all know that. But for me, investing in my faculty is really penultimate. So I don't have some of the information that I heard was asked of others. I do know our enrollment's approximately 4,000, and we award approximately 500 degrees and about 200 skills certificates. We have looked into, we're just starting to get we're purchasing a management system for some of our, help us collect data, but we want to know why people drop out too. And what we have found is a lot of students, I mean, those students who do not continue, it's because they go right into industry, and in these areas, they can make a large salary. So we're not trying to tell them, you don't need to do that. We're trying to tell them, when you look long range for yourself, higher education is where it's at. I'm one of these people that don't believe when you say not everybody needs a college degree. Now, maybe not everyone needs a 4-year degree, but for me, whether you want to be a welder or whether you want to be a doctor, it's still higher education. So I guess that's continuous improvement through lifelong learning. And that's what we want to imbue in our Nevada citizens who are in these rural communities. I'll stop there and see if you have any questions. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, President Helens. Do we have any questions? Yes. Vice Chair Bill Brayax.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I was really excited to hear about the plan with the 30 credits for the teacher pipeline and especially the early childhood, which is a passion of mine. Same question, when you do dual credits, are you, or concurrent enrollment, are you using folks who have a master's or a PhD, or are you?
Yeah, so we do it maybe a little different. So much of what we do is online, but it's Great Basin College faculty teaching online or teaching in the high school, for instance, the HVAC program.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? I have a real quick question.
Yes.
So what percentage of your graduates actually stay in rural areas?
I can get that. I don't want to totally quote a number, but one of the reasons that we're looking to educate our local workforce, our local people, is so that they will stay in the workforce. So we have a very high percentage of that. And of course, when you cover such vast geography like we do, people who already love living here want to stay here, and that's what we want. But I can get, the actual number for you.
Thank you. I would think that yours would be high because of your purpose. You're trying to provide that training for folks to be able to stay in, and hopefully that is a high number, because we need workers throughout all of Nevada, and I know sometimes it's really hard to get them out in the rural areas. So thank you.
Yeah, if I may just add, the fit is very important. So we could it takes a lot of money to even when you hire a faculty, but if people don't know what a rural lifestyle is like, they won't stay. And so that's why, the mining industry knows if you have people locally in this geography that appreciate and understand, they will stay here. So that's good, economic sense for everyone. And that's what we really strive to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Assemblywoman Hanson, I thought I saw your hand.
Good afternoon. Thank you, President Helens. I was going to say President Joyce for being here. I live in Washoe County in Sparks, but my district covers 5 of those northern counties that you serve, and many other counties that you serve in the state that I don't represent anymore. But you do. I think your presentation shows to all of us that this is what goes on in the rurals a lot of times, is you're under the radar, maybe for some of us here in the more urban areas, and so impressed with what you showed us today, what you're doing, what you're offering, what your graduation rates are, navigating the difficulties that sometimes you have with resources in the rurals. My question is, because so much is online, how have you handled the broadband issue? I know as I've visited some of my areas, that's a consistent problem. I know it's more of a national issue, and I know our state delegation's working on that in DC, but just wondering how that affects you in some of these communities.
It affects us tremendously. We've been very involved in the greater conversations, and we also realize that the conversation that's really carried by industry often has greater weight. So when our mining industry became concerned about it and really brought it forward statewide and nationally, we were right there with them. And so we realized that if they get other providers coming into the area, that will be beneficial for us too. So one is to just stay connected to that. And then to facilitate for students, again, even if we have this little hot spot here, but how do we help the students who are farther away? So one is at least raising the conversation up so other people will know. I know my own son-in-law, who's a professor in another state, could not believe I couldn't get internet at my house. He's like, Mom, you must be mistaken. It's like, no, I can't. So I work off my phone at home. And I know that most people, most students, if they don't have the other connectivity, it is actually through their phone system. So our partnership with UNR has helped us actually upgrade, because we did not have the funding to upgrade. But through that partnership, we were able to do that. But it is a constant, and it's always on the front burner, connectivity.
Well, thank you again for all the good work that you're offering to the students and to faculty, and appreciate you letting us know maybe what your concerns are and your asks. And so thank you again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Let's go next to Nevada State College, and we have Dr. Dorian Pollard here with us. Great to hear from you.
Good afternoon. It's a delight to be here for my first time before this committee. Dorian Pollard, President of Nevada State College, for the record. And I'm going to see if I can execute this correctly by sharing my screen with you. And actually, I'm not even seeing the share screen button down here. Do I need permission to do that?
Let's see, I know our staff is listening, so if you do, then we'll take care of that.
Thank you. Dr. Pollard, this is Kim in broadcast. Down at the bottom of your Zoom screen, you will see a green share screen. Yeah, and then make sure that you choose the PowerPoint application from the lower half of that screen. And if you just want to put that into full screen, there you go.
All right, very good. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate your assistance. Speaking briefly, as I know that you have a robust agenda before you, again, I'm delighted to be here, and I'll offer a few perspectives. Let me start off by just reminding you about who Nevada State College is. We're certainly a distinctive institution serving a distinctive set of students. We believe our core function is to expand the participation of the new majority of students into the higher education, thereby, I believe, making it more accessible and increasing the income mobility and wealth for all Nevadans. We believe our secret sauce to do this, if you'll allow me to say that, happens because we have great teaching, transformative support services in terms of our student experience. We empower our employees to be our best asset, and then we build strategic alliances that allow us to magnify and amplify this mission that we have. We believe and relish the fact that we are the teaching college of Nevada, and we look forward to being deeply connected to the growth and prosperity of the state. A little bit about us. We are gloriously diverse. We're intentionally accessible. We're unapologetically inclusive. We're deeply supportive, and we are rapidly growing. As you can see in this infographic, we served over 7,200 students in this past year, and nearly half of our students are first generation. Nearly half of our students are over the age of 24, and the majority of our students are female. I'll point out to you, as has been a part of the theme for today's conversations, last year we produced 98 new teachers. We're on par this year to exceed that number with graduation. And we also believe deeply, because of our commitments in this space, that we provide deep support for our students in terms of financial aid. This is a value add. We believe that we are essential to the economic future of Nevada. And as a result of that, we believe we're able to quantify that and deliver our value and ROI. You can see that going to a question that Chair Dennis asked of my colleague, President Helens, that we know that right now, approximately 80% or more of our students from Nevada State, they stay in and reside in Nevada. This is important as you think about the trajectory of the growth of this state. We know that our students also have a greater income as a result of their education here. And we know that our economic activity as an institution, both in terms of our students and our employees, that matters to the economic bottom line of the state. Our students almost have a $20,000 or more year in earned income as a result of their degree compared to if they only have a high school diploma. So we take great pride in what we do in terms of generating economic activity for the state, but also in terms of what we do for economic mobility in the lives of our students. We are rapidly growing, even in the midst of COVID, which saw some differences in the demography of our students. I would tell you that we were only 62 fewer students right now projected in terms of our enrollment for this fall. So we continue to be, I think, a first avenue of higher education for many adults working and living in this region of the state. And we continue to see indices that our work internally to be better at what we do is producing higher graduation rates for our first-time, full-time degree-seeking students. And now one of the things I think is important to point out here is that graduation rates are a lagging indicator. As such, we know that if we look at some of our leading indicators, we anticipate this number growing dramatically over the next several years. Some of those leading indicators that we're tracking to help us understand this: retention rates of our first-time, full-time students, looking at participation in our support services, students who take advising seriously, students who participate in the PONTLA program, students who take advantage of our career services and our academic support services. When we do some serious statistical analysis, we see that those students not only stay, but they progress toward completion at a much more rapid rate and successful. So I'm hopeful that in the years to come, as I come to present to this group, you'll continue to see a significant rise in our graduation rates and also our maintenance on the quality of that degree. As a result of that, you can see that we're producing numbers of students. Going to a question, I believe, that was asked earlier, I want to indicate that next week, actually in 2 weeks, I'm presenting to the Board of Regents presentation on our metrics. And I'll be very happy to share that with this group, and we'll send it under separate cover that does some work at disaggregating this data by race, disaggregating this data by first generation income status. All of these things are very important for us as we start to be able to talk about the value add that we bring to the higher education landscape as we approach our 20th anniversary. This slide is very important. I want to point this out to you because I'm going to come back to it in a moment. We believe and know for a fact that poverty, not aptitude, ability, or aspiration, is the #1 barrier to college completion and earning a baccalaureate degree. We know this based on the fact of looking at what we have done here. One of our success pillars at Nevada State is the value proposition that we provide financially to our students. We know that we must support them, and we do so intentionally. 68% of our students receive some form of financial aid, about $25 million a year that we provide in financial assistance through aids and scholarship. So one of the things that's important about this number for us is that our loan participation rate is continuing to decrease, which I think is important, or is decreasing. And we're also seeing increases both in grants, student participating in state and federal grant programs, and also students earning scholarships to continue their education here. These are good signs for us as we look at helping, again, nearly half of our students are first generation. So a huge part of our job is wayfinding for them in the academic landscape, having them understand how you tap into those resources, and most importantly, how you make decisions for yourself that do not cripple you later when you have completed your degree from Nevada State College. The chair and vice chair in the directions that we received asked us to speak briefly also about some of our challenges, but as well as just a few things that are important to us. I wanted to emphasize this because I didn't anticipate the public comment or even the previous presentations. But if you look at our opera request that we have put in as an institution, you'll see if we take out, because we had the GFO provide us guidance not to include general capital projects, our top 3 projects are around water infrastructure, but the second one, school psychologist pathways, our ability to create degree programs that lead to and meet, as was described earlier, the 740 vacancies that we are short right now in our region as it relates to school psychologists. Our intent is to create a pathway for that. And then also campus commuter. We continue to see rising numbers of students who are transferring from our phenomenal sister institution at CSN. So our goal is to make sure that there is a direct route between our institutions and within the region, because we don't want, again, miles to be the barrier between a student pursuing higher education and earning the baccalaureate degree. Let me make this personal for you. I've given you a lot of numbers and statistics, but I want to tell you about the students that we serve. We're starting a project here to help us understand and build a set of personas based on our data and our analytics about who we serve at Nevada State and what we know about them. When I look at all students, if you look at that and remember that infographic I had at the top of the form where I talked about all of my students at Nevada State, the majority of them, if I would give them a profile, I would name her Jennifer. That tends to be the #1 name amongst our students. They are attending us to become, more often than not, to move into health sciences and declare that as their intent. They tend to be, she is Hispanic, of the average age of 24. She came to us as a transfer student. Just last week, a couple weeks ago, rather, we had a panel. We had a group of students on telling us about their pathways to Nevada State. I had one student on that panel who fit this profile very typically, but had come to us, and we were her 12th institution that she was matriculating in to lead to the baccalaureate degree. So as we see our numbers of transfer students in continue to rise, we know that within all students, they're more likely to want to study full time, and therefore they enroll part-time here. They're likely to work while studying, and therefore they can enroll part-time. And we know that funding continues to be their #1 barrier. When I look at the fact that we are a HSI, Hispanic Serving Institution, I'll also comment that we are a Minority Serving Institution, an official designee as an ANAPISI, which would be Asian or American Pacific Islander institution. We serve, again, Hispanic students as a large portion of our student population. Again, #1 name is still Jennifer. She is still a health human sciences major, but she's also now slightly younger. She is 22. She came to us, though, as a first-time student. We continue to be the first choice in this population group, and they are less likely to work while studying, as they would choose to want to enroll full-time. So if you think about this again, funding continues to be at the root of the challenges here. So for me, if I think about this, these two things place, I went too fast there, place our challenges and opportunities in context. What we know for a fact is that basic needs and security continues to be one of the barriers for our students. If poverty is the #1 barrier to higher education, then it is whether you are rural, urban, suburban, we know for a fact that basic needs and security is important. We know that poverty and eligibility for financial aid is significant. Pell Grant serves as a proxy for this. These are students who are in the lowest economic strata within our society. And as a result of that, they therefore qualify for Pell Grant, because when Pell Grant was designed, it was intended actually to pay for the full price of higher education. That is no longer the case. But what is important about that then is that our students will have to balance work and school more often than not while they're here. 60% of our first-year student and 69% of our transfer students work and attend school. So if you combine that with the 68% who receive some form of financial aid and 65% of those who are receiving Pell Grant, we can imagine then why as first-generation college students, it is essential for us to put wraparound services that help them be successful. What's important about this, and there was a recent study in 2018 by the Pell Institute for the Study of Opportunity in Higher Education, and it says that only 11% of students from the lowest income strata or a quartile will earn a baccalaureate degree within 6 years. Within 6, only 11%. So this set of challenges here are things that speak to this issue of poverty and how we begin to ameliorate that in terms of people choosing to go to college. My last sets of challenges and opportunities here I'll speak to. We need additional space. I've tried to make the case to you about how we are growing. What you will see here that we will continue to need investments in that in order for us to deliver on our mission. We see that we have at this particular point 111% true space need that has been done by NSHEEP. We know that we have about a 47% growth in our student enrollment over the last 4 years, even with the contraction that we've seen with COVID. We know that right now we have funded primarily our buildings ourselves, with only 40% of them having come from the legislature. With our last new building, it took about 13 years to get funded. So we know that we were created for a distinctive purpose at Nevada State. We're deeply committed to this mission that we have of serving the new majority and being deliberate about our teaching emphasis. We don't want to be a R1. We don't want to step into other spaces. We know our distinctive competency is about transformative teaching, intentional student support services, the value add of the environment that we put here, and keeping financial assistance top of mind with the unique culture. With that, I am happy to respond to questions and look forward to the opportunity to interact with you.
Chair Dennett, okay, you're there.
Sorry, any questions? Yeah, Senator or Vice Chair Bill Brass.
Just the same question that I asked before about the concurrent enrollment and dual enrollment.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question, Darian Pollard, for the record. We are right now in approximately 13 partner high schools throughout Southern Nevada. Some of the ones I'm still learning the schools, and I've only been here now about 6 months, but I know one of our largest programs are at Rancho and ECTA. And right now, going to the point that you made earlier, we certainly require the same teaching requirements and professional credentialing that we require of all students, all teachers or faculty, whether they are teaching for us at the high school or if they're teaching for us at Nevada State. Essential, I believe, to the academic integrity of our institutions. And if you hear otherwise, I would offer that that is a significant issue that many of us, outside of the state of Nevada, are trying to address. But we're doing it right based on our accreditation standards.
Thank you very much, and and welcome. And I look forward to meeting you in person.
As do I. Thank you.
Yes, we're excited to be able to hear from you. Exciting things you guys are doing out there. Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's go then to our next presentation is from the Truckee Meadows Community College, and we have Dr. Karen Hilgerson, president, here.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Karen Hilgerson, for the record. I'm delighted to be here today. So now let's share my screen and hope that everything goes well. The only thing I'm not seeing, Elaine, is a slideshow. Go.
It looks good.
Okay, does that look good?
It does.
Okay, great. So first of all, I would be remiss if I did not fail to say that TMCC is celebrating its 50th birthday this year. And we are very excited that we also were selected for Best of Reno, the biggest little city in the world, 2021, the RGJ winner for public schools, which was sort of a fun way to celebrate our 50th birthday. So this is kind of an overview of TMCC. Note the decline in fall enrollment, largely due to COVID, but we are already seeing signs that the trajectory will be changing. Things are becoming more normal, more happy, more students on campus, which has been wonderful to see. You can see that we have 4 campus locations here in the Reno area: the Health Science Center, Dandini Campus, Applied Technology Center out at Edison, which is near the airport, and our Meadowood Center, which is near the Meadowood Mall here in Reno. And then, of course, we do a lot online, and I'll talk about that in a few minutes. It is important to note here, because I don't think anyone else had mentioned it today, that when we ask our students, what is your educational goal? 33% of them say, I'm not seeking a degree. They are coming here for specialized courses, some training certificates, not necessarily a degree. And that is an enormous value that I believe we contribute. And it's one of those gems that unfortunately sometimes goes unnoticed, but it does have a good economic impact, because those non-degree seeking students are probably getting a promotion because they took a course or two that their employer wanted them to take, or they're entering a field where they don't need that much education right away. And so hopefully they've started on a pathway. Our divisions include liberal arts, math and physical sciences, life sciences, allied health and public safety, business and social science, and technical science. And I'll say a bit about those in a moment. This is just a look at our student demographics. We are a Hispanic serving institution, which is fantastic. In the fall of 2021, 48% of TMCC students identified as a minority. We do have programs in place designed to really uplift some of our underrepresented groups, including a federally funded TRIO program, which is a huge source of support for many of our Latino and Latina students, as well as some other programs targeting and providing support to students in some of our underrepresented groups. Degrees and certificates. Well, you can even during COVID, we were able to make sure that students were graduating with their degrees and certificates. And we are always working on new short-term and certificates that really respond to training needs, as well as other two-year degree programs. We're very excited with the recent addition of our Bachelor's of Science in Nursing, and it's an RN to BSN program. So it's designed for our graduates who are already out there working in the hospital setting as RNs. And the new BSN program will allow them to get more education through our online nursing program with the faculty that helped them get their RN previously. So we're always on the hunt for new programs, and I'll talk a bit about some of those new things in a moment. Student support and access initiatives. Well, first of all, I want to offer a hearty thank you for all of the legislative support around the Millennium Scholarship, the Silver State Opportunity Grant, and the newest, the Nevada Promise Scholarship, which is actually a huge success here. Without this support, I am convinced that we would probably lose about 20% of our student population. So it's this kind of investment in Nevadans that we need more of, but I am so grateful for the investment that Nevada already makes in our residents and our students. And by the way, all of our thoughts around student success and support and access really relate to the TMCC mission statement. Create a future you will love with accessible, innovative educational opportunities at TMCC. Together, we can make it happen. That's our mission statement. We are also very proud of our efforts around sustainability, because we believe, and you'll see these values all over our campus, healthy mind, healthy body, healthy economy, healthy world, that all of it needs to connect in a nice system for our students and residents. Now let's take a look at some of our health career programs. And the reason I have a separate slide on this in particular is because when you talk about challenges and when I think about funding, this is what keeps me up at night. The fact that we have these outstanding programs, but they are very expensive to run. And so they are subsidized in large part by some of the larger courses that are unrelated to health careers. And that speaks to problems with the funding formula and the funding model. The fact that the weighted student credit hour factors really, they don't do justice to these expensive health career programs. And yet, up to this point, we have managed to provide high quality, excellent education, many of which have specialized and national accreditations in all of these programs. But I also want to say to you that I don't know how long we can keep it up. I don't know how long TMCC can rob Peter to pay Paul in order to keep these programs as outstanding as they are today. And you can take a look at the list Some of them are growing very, very quickly, including our emergency medical technician, firefighting, all of those programs growing very quickly. There's such a huge demand for nursing, but frankly, it's very difficult to open capacity because of a lot of factors, and funding is one of them, but we're trying, we're still on it. I will also say that something very exciting is happening, and that is related to where our Latinas, some of the programs that they're choosing. Many of them are choosing to go into STEM fields, and some of those fields are related to health careers. And I'll return back to that in a moment. Here are some changes in our workforce program. So we have 4 applied bachelor's degrees: emergency management and homeland security, cyber physical manufacturing, logistics, operations management, career and technical education leadership. And that one is brand new. We hope to offer it to teachers in K-12 who are very interested in taking their technical degrees and getting an applied bachelor's degrees that kind of looks at how does your technical degree fit with leadership at your school or in your educational agency. We have 2 bachelors of science, again, that we're very proud of. Our dental hygiene is fabulous. We also have a program with Adopt a Vet, so veterans can come to our college campus, and through the Adopt a Vet partnership, they can receive good dental care with the help from some of our students, which is wonderful practice for the students too. And then an RN to BS in, of course, nursing. Overall, we have 41 Associate of Applied Science degrees in almost every professional technical field that you can think of, including the transportation technologies such as automotive, heavy equipment. Of course, we are very proud of our advanced manufacturing work, machining, welding, the list goes on. And I don't have a whole hour. If I did, we could go into that. We also have 36 Certificate of Achievements, 49 skills certificates. There were 1,789 students enrolled in workforce programs in fall of 2021. We gave out 1,429 workforce awards in 2020-2021. None of this could happen without strong advisory boards that consist of industry representatives, along with strong industry partnerships. And I can't emphasize that enough. We do work with Tesla and Panasonic, and recently received grant funds from Tesla to create a new tool and die program for ACE high school students. The program is just continues to be in sort of the curriculum development phase, but we're really excited about this important partnership. And that's how we have prosperity in the Northern Nevada economy. I will also add that as we do this work, our faculty are always on the hunt for non-traditional delivery and approaches to industry demand. So many of our workforce programs have open entry, meaning you don't have to wait for the start of fall quarter to get in. You can get in at different points all throughout the year. Although summer is difficult because we do not receive state funding for summer school, that's a problem because sometimes we just literally cannot offer something that industry needs because we don't know how to balance the books when there's no summer funding attached to some of those workforce programs. We also do modularized courses for employer customized programs. We have accelerated and block scheduled programs. We have lots of online and hybrid format. I'll talk about that in a minute. Our newest courses are Tech Careers Fast Track, IT Basics, IT Specialties. I need to give a shout out to EDON because EDON, especially Nancy McCormick and Mike Kazmierski, they were extremely helpful in herding the cats in the computing industry, the IT startups, some of the bigger companies that are doing a lot of software development or application development. And it was their support and their help that allowed us to develop a very fast track and flexible boot camp style curriculum in coding and computing. And that is, so far, that program is going very well. And of course, there's apprenticeships. We have been really active in the world of apprenticeships, and TMCC is an apprenticeship sponsor for some of the apprenticeships. And we're also very happy to work with organized labor in the state of Nevada, who do a wonderful job with apprenticeships. We have been involved in a $2.9 million grant, an American Apprenticeship Initiative. We've also been lucky to have 140,000 in a grant enhancing community college apprenticeships. We are part of kind of a sub-awardee of a scaling apprenticeship grant, 1.7 million, and then partner activities for NCHE's Nevada Alliance for Youth Apprenticeships. I personally think apprenticeship is a fantastic model where students can earn and learn and really learn things that are relevant and contextualized and important for their pathway as they move along their career. But now let's talk a little bit about Webb College. Webb College has been around for over 20 years at TMCC. And what we're finding is that although we have approximately 1,700 or 1,699 fully online students, what many, and that's the full-time equivalent, what many students are doing is they're mixing. So the headcount of online students at TMCC is 3,554, but the headcount enrolled in mixed modalities, meaning I'm taking maybe a couple of classes face-to-face in addition to online, is 2,901. The total enrollments are 12,837 in Webb College, and annual enrollments, which is if I'm one student and I take 3 classes, that's 3 enrollments, are 46,471. So what we see is this interest in having a schedule that includes both, a schedule that's flexible, but also a schedule that has face-to-face, because we're finding through massive survey data that we did during the pandemic that many of our students, in fact, the majority of our students, especially our younger students, they like going to class. They like the interaction with their peers and their faculty and the classified staff who are mentoring them in the alcoves and the hallways. And I think we need to keep that in mind, that one of the wonderful things about working at a comprehensive community college like TMCC is we can deliver instruction in a variety of ways and meet students where they are at. We have 24 degrees offered fully online, which is a lot. That also includes some of the most popular degrees, such as the Associate of Arts General Transfer degree, the Associate of Science degree, business, bookkeeper, emergency management, entrepreneurship, logistics management, psychology, retail management, and those are just a few of the 24 degrees that we offer fully online. Now let's talk about dual enrollment, because that is an important topic. And I think it's a really important topic for you as state legislators, as policymakers. States in this country have shaped policy, some of it through legislation, some of it through systems, such as the Nevada system of higher education, to ensure that dual enrollment programs are high quality programs. We have worked very hard at TMCC to expand dual enrollment very quickly in partnership with Washoe County School District. Our model has been really 2 popular models. One, we deploy a faculty member to a high school. Those faculty members have identical qualifications to the faculty members on our campus. Why? Because faculty qualifications mean something in higher ed. There's a reason why the qualifications for a K-12 teacher are very different from the qualifications for a community college or a university professor. And we are really, we stay true to that at TMCC. There is pressure to move to a concurrent model. My faculty have told me that if you're going to move that way, we want a minimum of 18 credits, preferably we want a master's in the discipline, and unless it's an education course, in the discipline does really not involve an education degree. And so this is a topic that at least at TMCC, my faculty and myself, we are concerned that in this state, we want to try to have dual enrollment college feel like college. Now, interestingly enough, the most popular model at TMCC takes 2 forms. TMCC High School, 224 students study and they complete high school and college at TMCC's Dandini campus. It is a fabulous program led by Washoe County School District. We also have ACE High School at Edison, where 131 students get to Edison and they do workforce programs. Again, a really fantastic program. TMCC High School is fascinating because it's almost become a magnet school. 2 of our students, Kim Tran, graduated from TMCC a couple of weeks before she completed her high school diploma. She headed off to Stanford, which is where she is completing her education today. Alyssa Familius, she completed TMCC High School. She also completed many college credits, including an emergency management technical degree because she wants to be a physician. She's now at Johns Hopkins studying to be a pre-med, which is really amazing. So to me, these are the great examples of dual enrollment. But the most popular program is a student goes to high school, they drive to campus in the late afternoon and early evening, they have a guidance counselor signature, they take their classes at one of our 4 campus locations with all the other adult college students, with the highly qualified, doctorally prepared or master's prepared faculty when it's a transfer course, or well-qualified workforce education faculty. That's the experience that emulates college, because it is college and it's happening with peers, with faculty, and with all of the support services that a college campus location can provide. Unfortunately, in the state of Nevada, the problem with that model is funding. That the families in that model have to figure out how to just pay tuition like any other regular student. And that's where I think you as policymakers could come in. That if you found a way to help families fund the tuition of dual enrollment at a college campus, and from a policy perspective, the best place to do that, I believe, is at a 2-year program. Why? Because of this. Research from the Community College Research Center, which is a national research entity that is very well respected, said this: after matching individual students with 50+ community college credits and similar background characteristics, the analysis found that students who transferred with an associate degree had a distinct advantage when they got to that university. They were 49% more likely to complete a bachelor's degree within 4 years and 22% more likely to earn one within 6 years. The data on this is really clear. I'm just giving you a tidbit. We know that if students cannot meet the admission standard at a university, oftentimes they come to a community college and they're not ready for the university. But guess what? The faculty here, the classified staff here, the administrative faculty here, we have the president at TMCC. I've spent my life finding ways to transform people in an accelerated time frame so that by the time they complete their Associate of Arts degree, not only are they going to be ready to succeed at UNR or UNLV, but the data typically shows that their junior year, they will perform better with their grades by 0.1% than the students that began at those universities having met the admissions bar that they did not meet, and that's typically what happens in Nevada too. So I think from a policy perspective, I'm so glad that you're asking these questions about dual enrollment, because I think that we need to decide as a state, do we want high quality dual enrollment with high quality faculty members? And if so, how do we fund it? And how do we fund it in a way that doesn't hurt K-12? Because we shouldn't be moving money from them to a college. That's not right either. That's going to affect and erode what they can do for Nevadans. And so we really have to put our thinking caps on, and I hope we can work together on that. Okay, so I'm about to wrap up. University transfer in the arts. I just want to highlight a little bit for you that transfer is still very popular at TMCC. And one of the things that is really cool is that our Latinas are majoring in STEM fields, particularly in engineering, in greater numbers percentage-wise than their white counterparts. So what you're seeing is this new generation of children of immigrants. And I'm a child of an immigrant. I'm a first immigrant. I'm a first generation college student. And so for me, I take special delight in seeing this happen, in seeing students from, the Nevada State College president talked about poverty, but seeing students who are either first generation, families of immigrants, impoverished, all three combined is also what can happen for many of our students. But to see them choose fields that will not only make them very satisfied and happy, but that will pay really well, and that the economy in Northern Nevada needs, that is very, very exciting for me. So, and that's why we are also very concerned that in workforce training in Northern Nevada, we are a major contributor to the access pipeline through transfer education and through workforce education, but we worry about the challenges of that. We worry that here are our partners. We worry that we can't respond fast enough to industry partners because frankly, we don't have enough hands on deck always because we don't have enough money to hire enough hands on deck to make this happen. And by the way, these are just a few of our partners in the work that we do. We want to be nimble, but we often lack enough capacity to be nimble. And so I hope that as we work on budgets for the next biennium, that we consider what this really takes. We'd like to have greater flexibility with how and when we move positions. Some of that is controlled in ways that create bottlenecks and in ways that are cumbersome. And finally, we definitely need ongoing investment to support workforce innovation. We are partners on a Sandy grant, which I don't have time to talk about that today, but it's an incredible grant. But when the grant goes away, we're going to have to figure out how to support the work of the Sandy grant, which relates to virtual reality as an instructional tool. And again, very innovative, but how do we sustain it? And that's where we need your help. And of course, I really appreciate when Dr. Helens talked about salaries. Definitely, our faculty need salaries. Our staff, classified staff, we need to be very mindful that they need salaries increases as well. In fact, I would say that inflation is hitting us all very, very hard. And if we really want to have one of the best public higher education systems in the country, which I think we need to do if we're going to keep our economy diversified and going, we really need to take a look at how we as Nevadans invest in our workforce. So with that, I will conclude and take some time for questions.
Do we have any questions? Okay, I don't see any hands. Appreciate all the work that you're doing there. It's some exciting things that you're working on. And thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you, my pleasure.
All right, we will go on to our next presentation, which is University of Nevada, Las Vegas, Dr. Whitfield. And also Dr. Chris Heavey is here with him to do the presentation.
Where is it at? Oh, it should be under the screen zone. It's a slide or presentation.
No.
Or view.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just one moment as we pull up the slides here.
We can see it.
You can see it. Fantastic. It's very good to be here with you today. Provost TV, actually, we've been double and triple booked today, but so excited to have a chance to speak with you all about UNLV and about some of the accomplishments that we've been making lately. Rebels make it happen, and so there's a whole lot of things happening. We have over 30,000 students, 85% come from Nevada. One of the interesting pieces, and I'll touch on this maybe a couple of times, and that is that we once again, as did UNR, were ranked as a Carnegie Research 1 institution. This is a ranking that only about 3% of institutions in the country actually receive, and it's due to the incredible faculty and activity that they do. It's mostly around research, and I'm going to try to talk about why having research universities is very, very important. One of the other things that we're very proud of is that we are ranked as, we're tied with 3 other schools, but I don't like to mention them, but we're tied for #1 in terms of diversity, of being the most diverse university in the country. So let me talk a little bit about access. That is one of the principles and guiding principles for our university that's at the heart of what we do, what we believe in, and what we strive for. Interestingly, we have one of the largest suites of federal TRIO and Gear Up programs in the country. Our program served 20,000 students annually, and just recently with some additional success in terms of grant getting, they're at over $42 million in grants that help pre-college programs to be able to help students make the transition from high school into a 4-year university. being an access institution, one of the primary challenges for students, and it's not even just access institution, this is for everybody, it is the cost of higher education. Those costs continue to go up with costs like everything else rising. And so it's critically important that we be able to have a financial aid infrastructure that's able to try to meet and address those needs. Since I've arrived, we've actually had a very, very specific focus on modernizing some of our programs and procedures. And I can tell you that already we've been able to increase the amount of aid that's distributed and fewer reports of requests of I need information, or I need help with X, Y, or Z. And this number I think is even a little bit old. I think we're well over $110 million in financial aids that was given out for this 21 academic year. So let's talk a little bit about some of the numbers. As you'll see, like other schools during the pandemic, we were able to be successful at being able to engage students and be able to bring them to the university. But we did see a little bit of a downward trend where we were seeing an upward trend from 18 and 19. But we're working very hard for our fall numbers. I've done this kind of work before, and I'm always cautious about the fall, but the fall is actually looking very good that we might be up as much as 3 or 4%. But this is early, this is February. It could change between now and then. We should also take a look at our enrollment by ethnicity, because as we said, we're one of the most diverse universities in the country. And what you see is that we are actually a majority institution now, particularly with our Hispanic population of students continuing to grow. And that's what looks like on the ground as you come to UNLV. I also want to talk a little bit about some of our student success programs. One of the things that we think is critically important is be able to support students. Not every student that comes to UNLV is perfectly ready for university life. We actually also get students that come from our community colleges, and basically everyone at some point in time probably needs a little bit of help. So we designed things like a bridge program to math readiness. This is for students coming out of high school to make sure that they are prepared for the rigors of college level math. We also have first year seminars to be able to boost retention. It's not enough just to think about what the end game is, which is graduation. It's how can we keep those students engaged? And I was listening to one of the earlier conversations and I think it's a request that'll be coming to me about taking a look and seeing how many students may have dropped out. Another statistic that's harder to get to, but is very, very important, is students that stop out. Stopping out is more of a temporary situation that sometimes is due to family circumstances or work changes or life changes, and that students stop out for maybe for a year, maybe even for just a semester. So it depends on when you get that snapshot about whether they're truly a dropout or whether they're a stop out. And it's something that's a little finer grained discussion, but it's an important note nonetheless. We also have something called the Rebel Success Scholars Grant, as well as first year seminars to boost retention. Again, one of our big things is that once we get them into the university, we try everything that we can to be able to make sure that we retain them, that they can successfully go from their first year to the second, to the third, to the fourth, and beyond, and ultimately graduate. So here are our graduation rates. And as you can see, in the last 4 or 5 years, we've seen a steady increase even during the pandemic. And one thing just to note is that as you look at graduation rates, there's a bit of a delay. So for example, our fall graduation rates that we saw really are a cohort that started in 2015. So as we do our student success programs, as we focus on the success that we want to try to have, we really have to, it's a very, very long-term procedure, a long-term set of support mechanisms that need to go in to be able to help students be able to stay in college and to get to that graduation time in which we then make these counts that we make. You can also see our graduation rates by ethnicity. And while we're not where we want to be, we do have a gap. That gap over the years has been decreasing. And our goal is ultimately to be able to have parity, that we have graduation rates that are equal across all of our different groups. To get there, because that is an important goal that we have, We're doing a number of things. One of them is mining data to take look at trends in what students are doing, how they're there's a lot of data that we can use to go in to make predictive models of how students may be able to succeed and to find out and identify the things that may trip them up along the way. From some of that work, we have something called the SOS program that helps to keep students on track. Much of this is designed around, it's a pretty common approach, which is nudges, is to make students aware that they're supposed to do something, they're supposed to follow through, they're supposed to put in their FAFSA for financial aid, they're supposed to make sure that they see advisors to make sure that they can stay on track. One of the other things that we did internally to be able to take a look and see what we were thinking about and how we were viewing things was to have an MSI, a minority serving institution, Student Success Summit. And I do want to note that we're an MSI, an HSI, and an Asian American, Native American, Pacific Islander school as well. We have all three of those designations, I think is one of my colleagues shared earlier. But we had a summit so that we could talk about best practices. And even more than anything else, one of the things that makes student support or student success successful is that the people who do the support actually have to know each other. They don't want to just hand off somebody. They want to know each other and know what they do. And so that was a wonderful opportunity for that. We're also making attempts to grow the graduate student pipeline. For Research One status, one of the important metrics is the number of graduates that you have graduating each year. And so we've been trying to create programs that encourage students that are undergraduate students to be able to pursue graduate work by either melding an undergrad and grad sort of program together, or just making sure that we have opportunities like engagement opportunities with graduate students so that they can understand what graduate school is really about. One of our very latest attempts to make sure that we connect with students, because around student success, one of the things that people have found that are very, very successful is a sense of belongingness. And so I was really interested when I first got here almost 2 years ago at talking to our students, and I meant every student, and we have over 30,000 students, and somebody very realistically told me that that was just insane. You can't talk to that many students. I mean, it's not realistic. And very interestingly and happenstance, and I'll talk a little bit about this later, one of our companies is actually driven by two of our alumni create digital personalities. So we had them create a digital president. And so the digital president is able to work 24/7 to be able to answer questions, to be able to connect with students. And one of the areas that we're working on in particular is looking at mental health. I think some of my colleagues have brought this up. One of the concerns that I have with a background in psychology like I do is that we're going to have some mental health challenges. We do have some now, and I think we're going to continue to have some, if not more. And part of that is around the stress, anxiety, isolation, and those sorts of issues. And so we're trying to also use the digital president to be able to help intervene, to make sure that we can connect students to the proper support that they need, whether it be mental health or academic, whatever it is. That's going to be one of the mechanisms that we use for that. And if you're curious about it, you can go online at unlv.edu and be able to look under the president's tab, and he's there. We let him go everywhere. Just, don't ask him if he's smarter than the real President Whitfield. So one of the things I was interested to see that some of my colleagues were talking about workforce development. And I just want to make sure that I remind everyone that workforce development happens not only at the two-year colleges, it happens at four-year colleges as well. We produce graduates that go out in the workforce and make a big difference. We have been working on trying to make sure we address emerging workforce needs, like growth areas in engineering, cybersecurity, and data analytics, particularly supporting pro sports surge that we have in this region with a brand new sports management program that we have here at UNLV. And also we have plans to request for an expansion of support for the number of medical school students that we have. We hope to be able to increase that probably by 50% here in the next couple of years, but there's a cost that goes along with that. And we'll be coming to the legislature to ask for support for that. We also want to be able to support pioneering fields of study, such as entertainment and engineering design. This is a one-of-a-kind program in the country and is very interesting and has a lot of success. Now, I missed one opportunity, and I think it was, I meant to put it on one of my previous slides, and that's about dual enrollment, which I know has been brought up here several times. In terms of dual enrollment at UNLV, currently we have 5 schools serving a little over 400 students, and we're expected to grow this fall to at least 6 schools. And Silverado, Clark, Northwest, CTA, Las Vegas Academy, Explorers Knowledge Academy. But this is an area that we hope to be able to create partnerships, working closely with CCSD and Superintendent Jara to be able to address some of the needs that we have and some of the opportunities that dual enrollment can provide for students in Clark County area. So let me come back to the slides here in terms of, again, workforce. You may have heard us talk about building an academic health center. Let me give you just a quick summary of what that is. I think sometimes when we think about healthcare, we only think about perhaps the School of Medicine, but actually the allied health sciences like occupational therapy, physical therapy, nursing, even public health, brain sciences, there's lots of other areas that actually fall under the rubric of academic health. And so what we're doing is being able to create a structure that's going to be able to capitalize on the synergies between those groups. The goal here is to be able to improve the quality of care, and that it takes a team approach to be able to do it. That's been very well recognized. And I think at UNLV, we're going to be able to have a compilation of different groups, different academic disciplines that are going to work together that are truly going to make an impact on the care that we provide here in Southern Nevada. One of the other exciting things we have is different programs like brain health, occupational therapy, and even a new dual MBA and MD. This allows for the training of doctors to be able to understand the care that needs to be taken, or the support that needs to be taken in terms of administrative responsibilities. And it's a great degree to be able to offer to our students. We also are seeing a 50% increase in undergraduate nursing. Our nursing program is one of the better ranked ones in the country. And our dental school, amazingly, is serving over 70,000 dental patients a year. This is at little or no cost to them. So it's a great service that our School of Dental Medicine is providing to our community. So once they have these exciting programs, we want to get them across the finish line and get them to graduate. And here is a presentation of our doctor, master's, doctoral, and professional degrees. And as you see, they're increasing each year. And our goal is to continue to move those and continue to increase the number of folks that have degrees that come from UNLV in the coming years. One of the things that we're very, very proud of in terms of, in addition to all of the other accolades that we've gotten, is that in terms of social mobility, we rank in the top 10%, we're a top 100, according to US News and World Report, schools that take students who are from their family income and opportunities and get to some of the higher levels of economic prosperity, and that we're very, very successful in that. We have a lot of students who come and get an UNLV degree and are able to do great things, in particular, being able to increase their economic situation. What I like about it, and it's an untold piece of this, is that not only do they help their own economic prosperity, but oftentimes they're helping their whole entire family's prosperity. So getting a degree at UNLV means a lot and is very, very important. So I mentioned about a research university, and I think sometimes we as academics don't do a good enough job of explaining why having a research university in your backyard, or 2 incredible research universities in this state, actually is a plus. It's a plus for many reasons, because it will drive innovation, it will drive opportunities for companies to come in and be attracted. Many of those companies, particularly tech companies, they want to know that they're going to have an educated workforce. And to have a university that's doing research, that's training people around how to think and solve problems, that is seen as a true value added. For us locally, we've even been doing things that have been very, very significant during the pandemic. For example, one of our researchers is working at looking at COVID in wastewater to be able to help public health monitoring for the, I think it was the Omicron variant. He actually, through this process, was able to identify that it was coming our way a week before the public health system actually knew that it was going to happen. So it's powerful to have researchers like that. We also have another researcher in Ash Solomon who is looking at room temperature superconductivity research. If he's right, which I really hope he is, this will really change the industry of energy and how it is managed. My background's in psychology, so I can't give you all the details, but basically through this procedure that he's working on makes the transfer of energy more efficient. So you can transfer energy to more places and not have a loss. There's usually a loss when you transfer energy. And so that's one of the things that this research that he's doing will be able to provide and possibly be an opportunity that will be launched right here in Nevada. There's also research grants that actually bring in federal money to offer opportunities for jobs. I think as well, many companies follow research ideas that come up and new research innovation. And so having that happen right here in our own backyard is very attractive for many reasons, particularly in terms of trying to increase the diversification of our economy. We diversify our economy in many ways, and some of it is through incubating and innovating. We have a research park in the Harry Reid Research and Technology Park that houses our Wildfire Innovation Center. And we also have a UNLV incubator that's located in the Howard Hughes Center, which we're thinking about through the leadership of actually Bo Bernard, who's doing an incredible job of trying to find ways to have students and faculty start off in the incubator, where it's in the ideation process, where they start thinking about what they want to do, put it together, talk to people, think about, is this something that's marketable? And then once they're at the point of actually wanting to do it, we would take them out to our Blackfire facility and be able to have them have different support and different resources that are there. The Blackfire Innovation Center in our research park has just been growing by leaps and bounds, even during the pandemic. We went really from a handful of companies to, I think the current number is now that there's 100 companies that either have a place or have a project that's working through Blackfire. We have a second building that's going to be going up. We're hopeful that we can even be able to purchase another building that's out there to be able to help with wet lab space, which is greatly, incredibly needed. That's how different kinds of tests and analyses are done. They can be done locally rather than shipping off specimens and having analyses done out of state. They can be done more quickly and more efficiently if they can be done here locally. So one of the other things that we're doing, or a couple of other things that we're doing to be able to inspire our faculty and students is the Lee Prize, which is one on entrepreneurship. And then the last one that we've just created, which is a President's Challenge, which is designed to have an interdisciplinary interaction between students to solve a big problem. And this is what students are going to have to do in the 21st century. Many say that basically we're trying to educate students, many of which for jobs that don't even exist right now. So how can we educate them? We can educate them in terms of providing them problem-solving skills, to be able to think through things, to be able to communicate and work with others. Those are all great skills, and things like the President's Challenge offer our students an opportunity to do that. So to close, I want to talk a little bit about some of our challenges and aspirations. We've been partnering with the Clark County School District and with Superintendent Jara on a lot of different things, but particularly focused on trying to improve K through 12 education. You may have heard of one of the programs that we have, which is called the Pathways Program, that provides support for teachers who may have been like a substitute teacher, maybe they had an associate's degree, but they can't get that teacher certificate. We're finding a way through this program to be able to increase the number of teachers by providing them an opportunity to be able to complete that degree. We'd also like to see the ability to offer more summer programs. I will tell you, this is one of my personal really interests and desires, because I think if we can continue to engage students over the summertime, in between our regular academic year in our K through 12, we will keep them excited. We won't get that summer meltdown that often happens. And again, it's another way to be able to meet students where they're at, foster that excitement and enthusiasm that they bring, and be able to make sure that they're considering at least pursuing higher levels of education. We're also focused on addressing student basic needs and challenges in terms of housing, food, and transportation. Food in particular just last weekend, we had a farmer's market that what I really liked about it is that we have a food pantry at our university, but we've been making connections with groups like 3 Square to be able to make it so that that capacity is shared with our local community, which that's where a lot of our students come from. But it's a way that, again, we're doing things to be able to make our local community better as well. We're also becoming more competitive for top-notch faculty in terms of our recruitment and retention. That top tier status of Research 1 is very, very important for that. But one of the things that was brought up, I think it was by President Hilgerson, is that we've got to be able to stay competitive. And right now, we're challenged with getting top faculty because we're a little behind in terms of our faculty salaries. It's going to be very important for there to be an investment to be able to raise our faculty salaries. They deserve it. It'll be important in terms of getting new and exciting faculty, but also keeping the great faculty that we have right now. We are looking and thinking about ways that we can expand and create new programs because we want to offer both what's needed and what people are interested in. And so we go through that process on a pretty regular basis. As I mentioned, we have different programs that are innovative, like entertainment and engineering, but also cybersecurity, and others are ones that are of great need to the workforce, and we need to be able to help address that. And that's what we're designed to do. We also are keeping our focus on narrowing the achievement gap with innovative programs. Even the help of, hopefully, the digital president will help with that a little bit. And we're driving world-class research and partnerships, and I put emphasis on partnerships. We have really seen that we can better utilize some of the investments that the state makes in us by not only depending upon state funding, but also being able to have that state funding to be able to pivot and make connections with private groups, private firms that are interested in things that range from housing to engineering to lots of different areas. And so that point is very important. I think all of this is to say that we're becoming a powerhouse public research university. And I put the caveat that we're your urban public research university in this state. And that just means that we sit in the middle of a extremely vibrant city, and the things that are important and the needs of that city are part of the things that we address as a great university. So with that, I'll stop and see if there are any questions.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Questions? Let me open up. Okay, perfect. Oh, yes, Assemblywoman Miller.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. I think that since in the spirit of asking every college and university today the same question, I would like to ask the same question that Vice Chair Bilbray Axelrod has been asking all day about the dual enrollment program.
So the dual enrollment programs I may have mentioned, we currently have 5 schools. We're looking to be able to expand that number. It's taking the work of coordinating because lots are moving in. They're not in the dual enrollment space. They're moving into the dual enrollment space. I think everybody is getting excited about that as an opportunity to be able to provide more opportunities. Like I said, we have 5. We already have a 6th school that's listed, and we're talking about trying to find other opportunities. There is a cost, both an opportunity cost, but a real cost that goes along with that. And that's why sometimes it takes a little bit longer to train up, because you have to make the coordination of opportunities for your faculty and who faculty they have on spot. And even if you have the students come to your university or that you do them on site, for some, it's probably better to do it on site so that you're doing it in the neighborhoods in which our students live. But sometimes due to basically workforce, the professors we have, sometimes it's easier to do it on campus. But it's something that we're committed to, and we're improving, and we're going to grow that number as well.
Thank you so much, President Whitfield. Thank you, Chief Dennis.
Any other questions? Yes, Senator Danderloop.
Thank you very much. And thank you, President, for hanging in there with us as well. I guess my question is what, we've heard all the great specifics, and I'm so glad to see those because I think it's really important to highlight those. What seems to be the greatest challenge right now at the university?
Well, let's see. I could say the obvious thing, which is funding for us, but it's more than that. It's targeted funding. We are putting out, I think, a new effort to try to make sure that we engage local philanthropy, because I think the state, of course, is only going to have so much capacity. And so to be able to do the things that we want to do, and I do want to note, I didn't have it in here, but we have our master plan has just been released, and you can find that on our website. And you'll see an incredibly different area down Maryland Parkway that we're envisioning. But to be able to do that, we're going to have partnerships both with the state and with private philanthropy. I think coming out of the pandemic, I think even nationally they're talking about this, is that, you know, you got to be careful. There's, you know, people are still a little hesitant about doing a lot of philanthropy, but there is some being done. And so that's one of the focuses that we're doing. One of the other things, and I'm sorry, this is just my own personal view, is that I am very concerned about the mental health of our students. I've been concerned about it as I've seen some of the numbers and some of the incidences that we're seeing out of CCSD. And remember, you know, 70% or more of our students come from CCSD. And I think that it's just an issue that is an issue of the day, that in this period, wherever we are in the pandemic, because nobody wants to say it's normal yet, where we're at, those students have, for some of them, you know, think of 2 years, think of about you're going to come to the university next year. And from basically the end of your sophomore year through your senior year, you haven't had that kind of interaction. You haven't had a chance to be on a big, vibrant campus like ours. I do worry that people can be overwhelmed. I do worry that people might not be making the kind of social connections that they need to do. I believe that the social connection piece of it may be as big a learning opportunity and a learning skill that students need in the 21st century as anything else. And so we've got something that's working against that. So trying to figure out programs, trying to figure out ways to make sure we interconnect our students with each other, with support services, that's another one of our big challenges.
Thank you so much. I agree with you 100%. And I think it's a real heavy lift for all grade levels with mental health. But you're right, all of a sudden they go from being a sophomore in high school to basically being an adult and being on their own, many of them. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate all you're doing, and we're exceptionally glad that you are here leading the university. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll put in a little plug, and it's early, but we've got some folks working on wellness. And so wellness is a really big umbrella. It's nice because people they don't have the same kind of knee-jerk response of saying, well, you know, there's nothing wrong with me. Well, you've got stuff, you know, you've gone through this incredibly difficult time. And so we're talking about wellness, and we're talking about wellness not only for our students, but also collaborating with CCSD to be able to try to help them. Again, that's one of the challenges that we have, is that there is a bit of a workforce challenge to that. But we may be bringing something forward, hopefully, maybe for you all to consider, that's around wellness and how we have maybe peer mentors or be able to have navigators. There's lots of different models for doing that, but to address just your point of how we can try to help our students be able to, they're not going to catch up, they're just going to be different. So how can we help to make them different? How, you know, we just picked on, you know, a junior and a senior, but what about the kid that's going from junior high to high school? In the most normal of times, that is a difficult transition. And so we want to be able to have that extra support there, and we're hoping to be a part of that solution.
I, as an educator, totally understand and have 5 grandchildren at very different stages in life, and I'm watching it happen in real time. So thank you. And it's never too early to be thinking of those legislative ideas. So we look forward to having that discussion and meeting with you soon. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Hardy.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. And thank you, President Whitfield. I'm a proud UNLV alumni, 2 daughters, so I'm a little partial. Anyway, I don't really have a question, but I just wanted to say to you and to sitting through this presentation today and hearing from all of the institutions, I think I've come away, and I'm sure we'll hear in the ones that we have left, I've just come away with a sense of, yeah, there are a lot of challenges, but how great our state is and our higher education institutions how different it is from when I first went to college, back just a few years ago. But just how you're adaptive all of these institutions are, the presidents, the faculty, working with CCSD, really trying to focus on what are the needs of our students and how is it changing? We need mental health, there's mental health concerns, there's housing issues, there's food issues, focusing on, what careers do we need? Nursing, teaching, dual enrollment. I mean, it's just amazing to sit and listen to all this and how you just continually adapt and change, and how everyone's had to change through the pandemic. And so I'm really proud of all of our institutions. And, is it perfect? No, there are going to continue to be challenges. Absolutely. And I think it also just shines a light on how it takes all of us. It takes lawmakers, it takes, presidents, it takes the community, it takes community partners to just help our students. And that's what this is all about. And so I'm proud to work with all of you and to be on this committee and just continue to do the work, and that we don't ever lose sight of that's what it takes is working together to help our kids. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Hardy. Let me just even, add on to what you just said, which is that it takes all of us, and that we think of you all as partners. I'm going to speak for my fellow presidents. I hope you all allow me a little bit of leeway there, of that we do work as a system. We are different institutions that meet the needs of some aspects of the population that are the same, but some that are different and unique. And that we have all, I have been able to be the beneficiary of being able to listen to the things that are going on, whether GVCC or CSN or whatever, and seeing how they're adjusting and adapting. And for some of that, it works. We share best practices. The chancellor tries to lead us to work as a team. And just because you're a team doesn't mean that everybody's the same. You still do your own individual things, but we have to be able to share that information, because there's no playbook for what we're going through and what we're doing now. And it has challenged higher education probably more than even the 2008 downturn. This has been something that's very, very challenging. And I think that maybe present company exception, you can be very, very proud of your presidents, because they have really gone to the mat every single time to work and think about the benefits and the well-being and the welfare of the citizens of the state. And we have done everything in our powers to be able to make sure that we provide a clear and understandable, and as easy it can be, because higher education is not easy, but as easy it can be, a pathway to that next successful level to get the skills that they need to be able to help our state. So that's a shout out to my colleagues, but I second your points, Assemblywoman Hardy.
Thank you. Any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much, Dr. Whitfield, for your presentation. Keep up good work. All right, we'll now go to our presentation from Western Nevada College, and we have Kyle Dalby here, the Provost and Vice President of Finance.
Good afternoon. I want to check that you can see my show. Let's see here.
Well, while he's doing that, I do intend to take a short break, just to give us a break after this one before we go on to the other items after this presentation. So just want to give you a heads up.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for having me. I am Kyle Dalby. I am serving as the officer in charge and provost at Western Nevada College. The officer in charge, just to kind of define that for you, means that we do not currently have a president. So I am sitting in that seat until our board has a formal meeting to decide the next steps on permanency in that role. I serve as the provost, which is over academics. I'm also over student services and student affairs. I want to thank you, Chair Dennis, Vice Chair Bilbray, Axelrod, committee members, and the legislative staff who's making all of this happen. I know you're probably zoomed out, and I'm not standing between you and lunch. I'm standing between you and the break. So I will boogie along a little bit, bat cleanup for our group, and probably be the one that can thank President Whitfield for his comments he just made. We are a team. We have solved many problems over the last 2 years as a team. to not reinvent the wheel every time we have something new COVID hits us as we live in this world and wondering what's coming next. So I appreciate my colleagues that have been on this call as well as all of you who have helped us keep everything going. I think I missed one. Okay, slide 2 here should be on your screen. I want to note on the left there, the NC strategic goals. You will see those come up periodically throughout the presentation. They show how we're linking. We are, Western Nevada College serves 6 counties, not as much as my colleague at GBC, but still a vast area. We have 3 campuses, several different community locations. We have a prison program. We have a naval air station near us in Fallon. We have an Army depot near us in Hawthorne. We have at least 7 indigenous communities. There's a gigafactory stuck in there as well, 14 plus high schools. And to connect all the dots between that, we have a mobile lab that we recently started deploying to bring instruction to many of these remote areas. Overall stats, I've created two slides that have stats on our various indicators. You're welcome to look at all of those. I'll call out a few of them. On the, I think I jumped ahead one here. I'm having a little bit, let's go back real quick. The one that has the ethnicity demographics, we are 36% students of color. We are an HSI, having achieved the 25% level for Latino. Answering one of the questions that came up earlier by Assemblywoman Thomas, our graduation rate is actually 33% for students of color. The overall graduation rate is 29%. So that group is a few percentage points ahead. And I'll note that all the graduation rates that have been shared today are what we call, they're the federal IPED's definition of graduation rates, which means completing the program of study in 150% of its normal time. So for a certificate program, that would be 1.5 years. For a 2-year degree, that would be 3 years, so on and so forth. So when you see numbers like we show 29%, you might be saying, wow, that's not terribly high, but that's excluding anybody who goes beyond that window. And as a community college, we tend to have students who go longer than that period of time to finish. We do have quite a few part-time students as well. So you can see some of the stats on the screen. We have, as we are tracking enrollment day by day compared to last spring a year ago, we're practically flat. The numbers are, plus or minus 1% on our headcount FTE. And we're a little bit ahead of our weighted student credit hour because students are taking classes that are more in the workforce areas that drive our formula at a little bit of a higher level. Compared to the count year, if you're intimate with the funding formula, you know that we go from even fiscal years, so FY22 matches FY20, and that's our funding that we bring, you look at in the money committees look at in the 23 session. We're tracking downwards just under the 10% level. That's not unexpected based on the roller coaster ride we've been on, but we're trying to do everything we can to provide access for students in a number of different ways. I'll take a look at the second slide here, and I'll zone in on a couple of these. The little mountainous landscape down the bottom shows you where our students are from, majority from Carson City, and you see some of the other ones on there. A lot of that is our online program if it's not in our area. More students are taking classes online and may indicate that. The mode of instruction, I'll call a little bit of attention to that. We are doing 53% roughly, and again, this changes by semester, but that's your live classes on site, and online remote is that little blue bubble, and then interactive audio visual, which is the Zoom classrooms. We've started to maybe get away from that a little bit more because of students really do prefer to be on site, or they prefer more and more of a hybrid approach, looking at classes that might be on site one day and then maybe have a virtual day the next day or week by week, or however that plays out, to give a little bit of variety but not be locked in one way or the other. I'm going to talk about 3 different programs as we go forward. There's a lot of questions came up on the dual enrollment, and I remember you asked about that in particular for this presentation. On the screen is the high schools we work with. Dual enrollment programs is one of our capacity programs that is funded under a separate appropriation. We have capacity programs for dual enrollment, underrepresented populations, in rural nursing. And I'm going to show you each of those because it ties into overall what we do at Western. I'm not going to go through all the details on some of the slides coming up because they're a little bit more descriptive, but if you need it, it's there. So we do have partnerships in our service area with these high schools, roughly different levels of students depending on how you look at it. We have a Jumpstart program, which is something that we embed in the high schools. It's a certain number of credits that they do. But overall, we have just over 1,100 students who are doing dual enrollment. The question came up on the concurrent enrollment using high school instructors to teach in the high schools, and we articulate credit for that work. We do that. We do vet the credentials. We do, like at most other schools, make some exceptions on a limited basis if somebody's in a program and they're completing a master's, or if they have some background and can do maybe a class that is 100 level or below, we can do that. And again, the master's 18, we would hold that standard for transfer classes, but somebody who has ASE certification for auto program there's no master's in auto, but they would have the credential that puts them into appropriately into the classroom for those tech classes. So it all depends on what discipline they're teaching. So we've grown this program quite a bit since 2014. There's some numbers on there, 550 associate degrees. It's always nice to see students across the stage, and I can hand them a college credential 2 weeks before I go back to their high school and give them their high school diploma and take part in that ceremony. It shows that we're getting them out, and then they can either stepstone up to a university as part of a four-year program, or they can go straight into the workforce, thus accelerating, which now is becoming more important on the overall filling the needs for employers, because many employers are clamoring for workers, and we want to get them trained in those spaces. I'll quickly mention rural nursing, just because I won't go through all the text on the slide here, but it was mentioned again earlier about rural populations being trained where they live and then staying there. Now, we do rotate nurses around to give them an experience. Different trauma centers are in different cities, and we want to give them a breadth of experience with their clinicals. But if we can create rural programs, for example, in our Fallon campus, we have a rural nursing program that people can come from Hawthorne to take, people can come from Yerington to take, then they'll be likely to stay in those communities when they complete, because they're from those communities. And we keep trying to ramp this up. And this is one program that has been funded under a number of different programs outside of this regular state appropriation. There is a state appropriation in the capacity bucket for this. And we've also thrown some of our CARES money at it, because CARES money allowed us to pay for remote instruction, which we do this anyway in this program, because we can't duplicate our faculty roster everywhere. So if we have somebody that's a specialty in med surg in Carson campus, that person can spend an hour and a half driving to Fallon, but if it's a lecture class, we could deploy that through remote instruction, which is what we've been doing all along, and we've just accelerated and made it better with the help of the CARES funding, which unfortunately came because there was a pandemic, but that's part of the adaptation that we've been doing. So it says 16 enrolled. That's not a huge number, but it is for some of these small communities. One of the things we find with deploying curriculum into small communities is there's not a large population to help make classes. There may be 2 or 3 here and there, and then when you go and actually launch it, maybe those 2 and 3 don't even show up, but that's what we keep trying to do. We currently also have a rural welding program that we're putting in place out in Hawthorne this semester for the first time. We've helped them invest in the lab out there so that we can provide that service, and we've committed to letting it go, even if it's low enrollment, to try to get the ball rolling, because there is a lot of need with that particular program. Our underserved populations, again, this is a piece of our capacity funding that we've built up over the years from getting capacity way back when it started 3 legislative sessions ago. We've built up specific programs, including our Latino Leadership Academy here in Carson City that has grown. It's been expanded out to Fallon. And you can see some of the stats on there. We are providing access points to close the achievement gap all around. We're very proud of the work we do. We're keeping these programs going as a way to help meet the needs of all populations. When I come to the challenges, I will tell you we've lost some staff in this area, so we're doing a little bit of rebuilding this semester, but it's going so well that it's not completely running on its own, but we will be able to get some staff in there to help keep it going in the future. The support and access initiatives, this was mentioned earlier. I want some of the stats up there for how we've used the state financial aid programs. The system in each college, we tend to support these programs, obviously, because it's our students who get the funding and that helps provide access. They're not line items in the NC budget, but we support them. And Chairman Dennis, I appreciate the work we did. I helped with the Nevada Promise Scholarship back in 2017. And the next slide that I'll show you, I don't know if you've ever seen, I'm sure you've seen some presentations on this, but what happens when you give students financial aid is their borrowing comes down. So the blue line is their borrowing, the orange line is their scholarship. So as we're able to provide more money in scholarships, which includes that Nevada Promise Scholarship, the Millennium and the Silver State Opportunity Grant, student borrowing comes down, which is huge because they can leave us and move on to another school or move into the workforce without the debt. Currently, our default rate at WNC is 13.7%, which I think is very low. We've tried to offset student costs with anything that we can do. We've used our CARES funding over the last couple of years to write off the debt that some students may owe, just to help them be able to restart, which is part of what that funding was appropriated for. And so we continue to do that as we move forward. Our federal CARES allocation has supported us through the pandemic. It all expires in May. So some of the things you'll hear as challenges are going to become how to keep some of everything going when we're not quite sure what the next thing is. I'm knocking on my desk. It's solid wood. It came out of Prison Industries, but it's one of those things that we don't know what's coming next week, but we will be looking at ways to solving the problems, whatever they may be. Let's go on to, I think I missed one here. Let me go back. Student success initiatives. A lot of talk has been had about mental health support. That's very big. I want to note that we've had I've seen an increase in incidents on our campuses, a lot related to the high school programs. Some of the research I've done for my background has to do with generational studies. And before the pandemic, the research has been showing that 2+ hours, just 2 hours of screen time per day on social media has adverse effect on the teenage population, the younger population. Suicide rates go up, depression rates go up, all of it, just with 2 hours of screen time pre-pandemic. The pandemic accelerated that. And so that's part of why we're seeing so many incidents of mental health trauma in our communities. So that's something that's first and foremost. We're trying to figure out ways to do that. The system has a task force. We're part of that, as are the other schools, to help our students and even the students who are coming in. We also have the food pantry, which is for students who are in need of the basic life necessities, as was mentioned earlier. We have our diversity center we're calling Wildcat Commons. We're building that up on campus right now. A veteran center. And then the one thing we have for engagement, for those of you who, I know you all come to Carson City at one point, we'll be happy to see you when you come back. We were hoping on hosting you during the 21 session, but we didn't get a chance to do that. But when you come up to campus, I think some of you have played one of the games, the softball games on our baseball field. So we have a nice baseball field, but no team. We do not have athletics, but the emergence of esports is taking over the campus. It does not involve the baseball field, but it does provide the engagement students are looking for. And it doesn't necessarily require them to be in the same space, although most of them go to our student center. But it's one of those things that can be interactive without them having to be here. So it could continue, even if we had to have people in remote areas, even whether or not we're responding to COVID or whether we're just separated by space. So we have more clubs, we have a fitness center, a lot of things going on campus. The last couple slides, I've got a couple more here to go through workforce initiatives. One of the stats I follow is from the National Skills Coalition. It's online. If anybody would like the information, I'm happy to provide it. 51% of the jobs in our state, Nevada, which also mirrors the nation, 51% of our jobs in this state require more than a high school diploma, but less than a bachelor's degree. Now, that doesn't mean we don't need bachelor degrees or master's degrees or doctorate degrees. What it means is that the jobs right now in our economy require some level of training that we can provide at the community colleges, and that's our niche. And so that's what we're doing. And we sometimes get families, counselors, students on campus who walk through our tech labs, and they'll look at our auto lab, and they'll look at our diesel, or HVAC or any of these other, spaces that we have, and they'll say, well, I want my student to go to college, and I have to say, well, this is college. It's a $250,000 CNC machining piece of equipment, and I'm not even allowed to touch that, but definitely students need some sort of training before an employer is going to let them work on a machine. So it is college level. It's just it's 2-year college. it's technical training. It's not what most people are looking at as 4-year advanced degrees. And again, everybody, I appreciate again what the conversation was before I came on about the synergy that's going on in the system, the idea that we all play a different part. And that's what we're talking about is we, at the traditional community colleges, even though we do offer some bachelor degrees, we are still doing more of the technical training as others have spoken to on this meeting today. So quickly, I'll call out, we do have prison program, which is funded by a separate appropriation, helping inmates who are on their way to exit and have a place to go so they don't end up back there, but also help themselves by finding a job and helping out employers who need employees. We have a significant apprenticeship program that we run to articulate credit for apprentices so that they can have a degree as well as the training they receive. And then our commercial driver's license program is one that we're trying to get, I almost said trying to get in gear, but I'll do that anyway, because we're trying to get it up and running more. It is a non-credit right now. I want to move it to the credit side. But what we found out is we can do truck driver training, but if we do it at a scale where we can buy more equipment, then we can actually be a testing site, which will help students go from our program into the workforce without having to go to DMV and test, because there's a backlog there. No offense to DMV, but if we can do our students here and test them, then that just eliminates stress all around and gets them out into the workforce, which again is what we're trying to do. Next slide, talk about two things. You'll see this again. We are looking at building a center, or actually renovating an existing property in Fernley. It's one of our larger communities where we don't have a dedicated campus presence. So we are working on a renovation of a building there. It's a $12 million project. We're looking at, I know it was mentioned earlier about funding. We are have put it forward to the system for a state contribution next session for $4 million. I've worked in fundraising a number of years. We're going to try to raise a lot of that money on our own, just to be able to keep things moving along, because we do have quite a few private donors who are interested in investing, and there is quite a bit of federal grant money out there. So we want to make sure we don't leave that on the table. And I went through that real quick, but you'll see more of that. So I'm going to close. There's a slide here for questions, but I want to say a couple things real quick. I know you're not a money committee, but some of you do cross over, and of course, policy leads to funding. I want to thank you for the restoration of the 12%. Part of the 12% cut, especially that we put into positions back last session. I want to, I appreciate some of the talk that's been had about funding dual enrollment. The Career and College Readiness Grant was eliminated in the 2020 special session. If that comes back, it helps the high school districts provide that service to their students and doesn't put the strain on the families. And as far as major issues, we can, yes, always talk about the money that was mentioned earlier. We do find money in other ways. Hopefully we can be competitive for grants. One of the things we're finding at Western Nevada College is a staffing issue, like most businesses are finding. Not necessarily a faculty. We've been able to bring in some faculty, more on the admin side. I have 8 custodial positions at the Carson campus, and I think I've got 2 of them filled. So some of the positions that we're trying to do just to keep operations going, it's not that we can't list them because we don't have the funding, it's because we can't get applicant pools to come in. And so with that, I'll stop there and I'll answer any questions you may have for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Not seeing any hands. You must have done a really good job.
Thank you again for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for all the work that you're doing. Actually, to all the institutions today that have presented. That took a little longer than I originally anticipated, but I think it was well worth the opportunity to see what really everybody's doing and what the challenges are as we move forward. So thank you very much, Mr. Dalpy, and for all the work you're doing there. And once again, that concludes our presentations of the NG institutions. So now I'd like to take a 20-minute break. And so we're running a little behind. When we get back, we'll get, as we get the different presentations coming, we will keep them on track to get us out of here. And as I mentioned last month, we got a lot we got to cover over the next few months, and want to make sure that we get lay the groundwork as we start talking about these important things. So let me see. Let's come back at 2:25, which is in 20 minutes. Actually 22. Is that right? Yes. The
That's not right, Chair. That would be in 11 minutes.
I was in at 2:13 right now.
Yes.
Yes, so
Oh, I'm
20,
sorry, 2:35. I said 25. Yes, 2:35.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.